Quiet, please.
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, and Ms. Lewis. Good morning, counsel. All right, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? Mr. Cochran, Ms. Lewis. Morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Just briefly, Your Honor, yesterday I filed on behalf of the people, a motion to compel discovery of experts' reports and notes and so forth, which this court's minute order, or I should say written ruling of January 29th, had ordered the defense to disclose immediately. I understand that that was short notice. However, because these are materials which were previously ordered by this court to be disclosed, I don't think the normal 10-day period is appropriate. So what is the court's pleasure in terms of when we should calendar this?
All right, Mr. Douglas, when do you think you'll be available to or able to address this matter?
The motion was faxed to Dean Ullman yesterday. He asked that he be given until Tuesday to respond. I'd asked to have the matter heard on Wednesday, which is less than 10 days' notice. I do not think that the materials under this motion are part of the court's earlier discovery order. I think, as the court will recall, we mentioned this particular problem and the need to resolve it, and so now is a good time as any, I think.
All right, Ms. Lewis, are you going to be available Wednesday?
Certainly, Your Honor.
All right, Wednesday, 9 a.m. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Clark, anything else before we invite the jurors to join us?
I'm sorry. Just before any videotapes are shown to Detective Lang, we want the opportunity to be heard outside the presence of the jury. So when we get to that point, I appreciate if counsel would let us know.
All right.
If you want to, this is one part. I don't have all of it yet, and I will do that regarding anything else that we receive. But Mr. Harris can show the court this one part. It's very, very quick.
All right, do you anticipate using that this morning?
No, Your Honor. There's so much. I doubt it, but I'd like you to look at it. It's going to take 2 minutes. Can Detective Lang step out here?
Sure.
I doubt it, but I'd like to see it.
All right. All right, Mr. Harris, good morning. Do you want to run this for us, please? Are there any victims? All right. All right. Ms. Clark, do you have any objection?
That's it for now, Ms. Clark. And if there's others that comes up, I'll let you know before I get back to you.
Any objection?
No.
All right. Thank you. All right, anything else? All right, I'd like to speak to counsel at the sidebar without the report, please. Clark.
we had addressed some issues at the scene at Bundy, and you had shared with us, I believe, that it was your opinion that Mr. Cole Brown Simpson's body was in full rigor mortis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of course, you never touched the body, did you?
No, I did not.
And how did you make that determination of your own independent knowledge that she was in full rigor without touching the body?
By observing the coroner investigator examine the body.
And so you stood there and watched them, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in that connection, you've shared with us that part of your regulations and part of the LAPD manual would prohibit an officer from touching the body prior to the arrival of the coroner. Is that correct?
Under most circumstances, there are times when the investigator may request that the detective assist perhaps in moving a body.
All right, and you, of course, never touched the body, right? Before the coroner arrived?
Before the coroner arrives, no, I don't believe I did.
And in this particular case, I'm talking about this case.
Yes.
And as far as you know, Detectives Van Adder, Phillips, nor Furman touched the body either. Is that correct?
I never saw them touch the body.
All right. Are you aware that Officer Risky, the first patrolman on the scene, touched Mr. Goldman's body? Are you aware of that?
Only through the testimony of Officer Risky.
And where'd you see that testimony, hear that testimony?
I heard that testimony.
Where'd you hear it?
Where?
Where you hear it?
I was observing it on television.
So you're watching television?
Yes.
And you remember he said he went around and touched Mr. Goldman's face, I guess, in the area of the eye?
I thought it was the eyeball, maybe
The eyeball.
mistaken. Yes.
All right. And other than that, do you know of anyone who touched these particular bodies?
Prior to the arrival of the coroner, I don't believe I saw anyone do that.
Now, yesterday you shared with us your belief that there was no lividity in the body of Nicole Brown Simpson while at the scene, and you recall that testimony?
I believe I testified I didn't observe any. There didn't appear to be any lividity.
All right, can you tell the court and jury what is lividity?
Lividity is a sinking of the blood in the body after death to the lowest point of the body, and this is caused by a gravitational pull. Post-mortem lividity will usually become fixed in 3 to 4 hours after death and remain fixed.
And is it your recollection that you saw no lividity in the body of Nicole Brown Simpson?
That's my recollection, yes.
You don't recall that when she was laying on her side that there was a purplish color in her face, that you noticed certain portions of her body that were different colors?
I didn't make any close observation on lividity.
Did you at any time see her body when the black dress she was wearing was in any way pulled up, so it would reveal her body?
I may have.
And do you recall seeing any lividity or any discoloration of the skin at that point?
I don't recall seeing anything that I would call marked lividity.
All right, when you say marked lividity, did you see any lividity at all, sir? As you think about it now, and you can feel free to look at your notes if you have notes in that regard.
I don't recall seeing any lividity. That's not to say that it wasn't there. That's to say that that wasn't something that I particularly looked for.
Now, yesterday you shared with us that you had, that you believe that the coroner's office had taken a liver temperature of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you recorded a number of 82 for us, and you recorded that as about 10:30 to 10:40 a.m. on June 13th. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Now, in order to take a liver temperature, did you see the coroner actually use a scalpel to actually take the liver temperature in this case? Did you see that?
That's the method that's normally employed by them, yes.
All right, and so that we're clear about that, the method is that the liver is somewhere under the diaphragm, under the rib cage, isn't that correct?
A little lower than that, but yes.
And in order to take this liver temperature, they have to make an incision, put a hole in there, and they take the temperature that way. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, were you present when this happened? For either one of the bodies?
I was present for Mr. Goldman. As far as Mrs. Simpson, I believe that was done in the van. So
All right.
I didn't actually observe that.
All right, so with regard to Mrs. Simpson, and you were told by somebody this was done, or you were just told the results?
No, it's my recollection. I believe I requested of the investigator to do a liver temp. I don't believe it was done immediately when the body was removed.
And so that we're clear, why did you want to have a liver temperature done, sir?
It could be an indicator to assist one in establishing an approximate time of death.
In fact, in your 20 years of experience, you've almost always tried to get a liver temperature where possible, where you're on the scene within a reasonable time after the what you believe is the time of death. Isn't that correct?
It would depend on the appearance of the body. As an example, one wouldn't want to necessarily do that if you had a decomposed body or a bloated body.
I understand.
Under most circumstances, if you can get a liver temperature, then that's what you want to do.
All right, so that's a normal thing under most circumstances. And in this instance, with regard to Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson, you were not present, and do you know how the liver temperature was actually taken? Do you know that for a fact?
Again, I don't recall observing it myself.
All right. Now, a couple days later, on the 14th or thereabouts, or a day or so later, you attended an autopsy in this matter, did you not?
Yes,
And so you were present when these bodies were autopsied, isn't that correct?
that's correct.
And at that time, did you see any kind of a round hole in the body at about the place where the liver would be? You remember? On Miss Nicole Brown Simpson?
I wouldn't have looked for one, so I don't recall seeing one.
So you don't recall one way or the other, right?
That's correct.
So at any rate, without seeing this, you were advised that the liver temperature was 82 by the coroner's investigator, Mr. Ratcliffe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, you've described for us that after, let me see if I understand the sequence of events. Some sheets were placed down under these bodies. Is that correct?
No, there was a plastic sheet placed out on the walkway,
All right.
and the bodies were moved onto the plastic sheet where they were examined for such things as a rigor mortis and liver temperature and these types of things.
All right. And after the examination was concluded with regard to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, was the sheet left there and the body was taken away?
No, the plastic sheet that she was on remained with her. She was
All right.
wrapped in that sheet.
Was there some other kind of sheet left there under the plastic sheet after the body was taken away?
There was a light cotton blanket that was there, yes.
All right. And that light cotton blanket had been put down at what time, if you recall?
I don't recall. It would have to have been sometime around 7:30 a.m. perhaps.
All right. After you'd come back from the Rockingham residence, right?
Yes.
Now, and then after Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body had been moved, then Mr. Goldman's body was lifted and put somewhere in that area, somewhere near where her body had been. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And was a plastic sheet put around his body also?
The plastic sheet was laid down first on the walkway, and he was placed on top of the sheet.
Did you at all assist the coroner's representatives in moving that body out of this very small area we described yesterday over onto the sheet, Mr. Goldman's body?
I don't recall if I assisted them or not. I don't believe so because of the confined space.
The small
I
space.
may have assisted in some slight way, but I don't recall.
All right. Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, now, were you present when the liver temperature was taken?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see the coroner do in taking his liver temperature?
My recollection is it was taken in the conventional way.
And by that, what do you mean by conventional way?
There was a cut made around the area, and the thermometer was inserted, to the best of my recollection.
And as you sit here now, can you visualize that? That actually happened? Think back.
I recall seeing I was doing several things while this was going on. I was aware that it was going on. My only vivid recollection is of the thermometer in the body.
All right, do you recall seeing the thermometer stuck in the body?
I recall seeing it in there, yes.
Okay, and what was the liver temperature of Mr. Goldman that you received?
I believe that was also, I'm
If you
sorry?
need your notes at any point, let us know.
Okay. I believe that was also 82 degrees.
82 degrees?
Yes.
And the ambient temperature was about the same as you told us yesterday?
Yes, 70 degrees.
So it was 70 degrees to June 13th, is that correct?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever have occasion in the course of your investigation to determine the ambient temperature at about between 11 and 12 o'clock p.m. on June 12th?
I may well have. I requested various records from I believe, the National Weather Bureau. And without checking those, I couldn't tell you just how far they went back.
Well, do you have some notes that will refresh your recollection in that regard?
I have the Weather Service report.
All right, can you get that for us, or can we get that for you?
Fine.
All right, well, where do we look?
Well, it might take a moment here.
All right, well, if the court will allow, I would ask.
Certainly.
Thank you.
I have in front of me the U.S. Department of Commerce report. Consisting of several pages, dated August 10th, 1994. Also have a National Weather Service report dated June 12th, 1994. There are quite a few figures on here. It may take a moment to, is that 11 p.m.?
Yeah, between 11 and 12 midnight on June 12th.
You need a straight edge, Detective Lang?
Well, I think I have it here, Your Honor. It appears that at 23:51, which would be 11:51 p.m., temperature was 64 degrees.
Can you compare that with this other gauge you have from the U.S. Department of Commerce, sir? 11, 20.
Detective Lang, you're losing your microphone there. There you go.
Santa Monica station on the other report states that at 11:46 p.m. it was 66 degrees.
And the first one that you read, is that for Los Angeles or Santa Monica?
I believe it's LAX, but I'd have to double check here.
All right. So I think that, so can we, and you were around that morning, having gotten up, come from your home. So would you believe that the temperature was probably somewhere between 64 to 66, somewhere between, say, 11 and midnight on June 12th? That'd be a fair statement.
I'd say that was fair, yes.
All right. Now, so with regard to Mr. Goldman's body, you were then given this 82 liver temperature, and you knew the ambient temperature was 70, and then his body was then moved from the location. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so that we're clear, these bodies were moved from the Bundy location by the coroner's representatives about what time on June 13th, 1994?
Approximately 10:30 or 10:40 a.m.,
All right. Now,
perhaps a little before that.
Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman's shoes, can you describe for the jury the kind of shoes he was wearing?
I would call them cloth-type athletic boots. They were, the bodies were rubber, appeared to be rubber. They appeared to be some type of athletic boots. And if I recall correctly, there was a cloth upper part that went all the way to mid-calf, perhaps.
And they had some kind of a patterned sole, is that correct?
I believe so.
Now, in the course of your investigation, you had occasion, did you not, to try and determine whether or not you saw the pattern that was displayed on Mr. Goldman's shoes, whether or not you saw that pattern in any of that blood, whether you had any bloody footprints from his shoes. You checked that, didn't you?
I may have.
All right, and you didn't find any pattern that matched Mr. Goldman's shoes in any of that blood there that day, did you?
If I had, I would have noted it.
And you didn't find, did you?
No.
So as far as the facts that evening, we know you weren't there, so we have to theorize about certain things. Is that a fair statement? Well, that's preliminary, Your Honor. Oh, well. Thank you.
You can answer the question.
I generally would not theorize. I would go with the evidence.
All right, but I'm saying with regard to who was killed first, you were not there, were you?
That's correct.
All right, so if you speculate as to something, that's a theory, isn't it? Oh, well.
As far as who was killed first,
Yes.
It would be speculation because I might have 2 or 3 versions of what could have happened due to the evidence.
Right. In the final analysis, there's only one body that'll make that determination in this case, isn't that right? And that's the 12 people over there, isn't that correct?
Same, that's argumented.
Argument?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now, so that we're clear, the patterns on Mr. Goldman's shoes, you did not find those patterns in any of that blood, which was very plentiful there at the scene at Bundy. Isn't that correct?
There was plenty of blood, yes.
Right. And you did not find the pattern of those shoes, right?
That's correct.
And if I were to show you, so that we're clear, I'd like to mark an exhibit, Counsel.
2-8.
I'd like, Your Honor, to, what is our next one?
1028.
1028. I've shown this to counsel. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I have what purports to be a white pattern athletic shoe. And I'd like to place this before Detective Lang and ask him, does that appear to you to be a fair portrayal of the bottom of Mr. Goldman's shoe? It appeared that when at the coroner's office there where the picture was allegedly taken?
I don't believe this was taken at the coroner's office, sir.
Well, wherever it was taken.
This appears to be taken at the crime scene.
Okay.
Yes, that appears to be Mr. Goldman's right foot, the bottom of the shoe.
All right. And do you want to check any notes to make sure that you did not see or find that pattern anywhere? Are you pretty sure about that?
I don't recall seeing that pattern.
All right.
I have several pages of notes. I could review them, I suppose, but I don't recall seeing that pattern.
And if during the break, if you change your mind on that or change your testimony, you can let us know.
Certainly will.
All right. Now, with regard to and this picture here, 1028, was, as best you can tell, taken at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a person dressed in blue who has a glove on. Do you recall seeing one of the coroner's representatives with a glove on that morning?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not the coroners in moving the body got or touched Mr. Goldman's shoes with the blood that was there? You recall that?
I'm not sure I'm clear on your question.
At any point when you were at the scene, when the coroner's representatives moved Mr. Goldman's body from one location to the other, did you see them have his shoes come in contact with any of that blood that was there on the sidewalk and around?
I don't recall ever seeing the shoes come in contact with any blood.
You did at some point see stains on the shoes, did you not? Blood stains?
Yes.
Both on the top of the shoes and kind of under into the side of the shoes, isn't that correct?
I believe so.
Just a second, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry. While at the scene, dear, did you ever instruct the coroner's representatives to bag the hands of both Mr. Simpson and Mrs. Simpson and Mr. Goldman?
No.
And what is the procedure of bagging hands regarding decedents?
If there appears to be perhaps evidence on the hands, or if there was perhaps a firearm involved, the coroner's investigator may in fact want to bag the hands.
All right.
I don't recall seeing that in this case.
You don't recall that seeing it?
No.
And if there were evidence, let's say under Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's fingernails, bagging the hands would help preserve any trace evidence that might be under her fingernails or on her hands. Isn't that a fair statement? Yes.
You can answer.
Isn't that correct?
Again, that would be speculative on my part.
Well, let's see now. You're a homicide detective of over 20 years' experience, right? Well, that's foundational.
Sustained.
And
The way it's phrased,
all right,
it's
well,
argumentative.
let me say, you're a homicide detective of 20 years' experience, aren't you?
Yes.
And in that connection, you have seen hands bagged before, isn't that correct?
Yes, I have.
And if you knew there were trace evidence under the fingernails of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, wouldn't you want to try and preserve that?
I believe that was preserved without the bags is what I'm getting at.
The question is, wouldn't you want to try and preserve that?
Overruled.
Certainly.
And wouldn't the best way to preserve that so it wouldn't become degraded or contaminated in any way would be to put bags over the hands so they would protect it for later analysis? Isn't that correct?
Well, that's one way. There are other ways.
All right, what are the other ways?
To wrap the body in plastic and preserve the whole body.
All right, did the coroner's office do that in this case?
Yes.
They wrapped the body in plastic, both bodies?
The bodies were wrapped in a plastic sheet initially, yes.
But when you wrap the body in plastic sheets, don't you then wrap all of the clothes and any trace evidence on the clothes is all wrapped up and brought together? Isn't that another downside of that?
No, that's exactly the purpose in doing that, to keep everything together.
I see. So in this case, you're saying to us that a viable alternative to bagging the hands is to wrap these bodies in plastic?
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm saying that there are other ways of doing things.
But certainly bagging the hands would be...
Cochran, you need to let him finish his answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Your Honor. Did you finish?
Just going to add that this is common, very common in gunshot cases where perhaps you want to preserve the hands to take gunshot residue examinations on the hands.
All right. Well, in this case, we didn't have gunshots. So what I'd like to ask you is that one of the ways of preserving trace evidence under fingernails and on the hands would have been to bag the hands. Is that right?
I suppose one could say that.
And that was not done, was it?
I don't believe it was.
For either Ms. Simpson or Mr. Goldman, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday you had told us, in your discussion of rigor mortis, you gave us, I believe, a description of what you believe rigor mortis to be. And I believe you told us that you believe it was coagulation of proteins in the blood. Remember saying that yesterday?
I believe it's a stiffening of the muscles in the body after death caused by a coagulation of the blood in the muscles.
All right. Is it not true that the rigor mortis is caused by the coagulation of proteins in muscle and not proteins in the blood? It's the coagulation of proteins in the muscle. Is that
Blood.
correct? Isn't that correct?
Blood and blood that would be in the muscle tissue.
In the
certainly,
muscle
yes.
tissue,
Yes.
right? All right. Did you notice any kind of purplish color to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's face as she laid at the scene there?
I don't recall any purplish color.
You don't recall that?
No.
Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, because of the struggle he was involved in, wasn't there an indication to you as a seasoned homicide investigator that you'd want to preserve any possible trace evidence under his fingernails also?
That would be a consideration, yes.
And did you think about that morning? That morning?
Certainly.
And did you then instruct the coroner to bag the hands?
No.
Now, with regard to the coroner, we know that the coroner, his representatives got there at 9:10 and about 9:20. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
At what point did you instruct or did you call for the criminalist to come to the scene?
I did not specifically request the criminalist to the scene. The criminalist had been originally dispatched to the Rockingham location, and it was my understanding that when the criminalist was through at Rockingham, they would proceed to Bundy.
Let me see if I understand this. The criminalist in this case went to Rockingham first before they came to the Bundy crime scene?
That's correct.
Who called them to come to the Rockingham crime scene, Rockingham scene?
I believe that was done by my partner,
And what was your partner's name?
Van Etter.
All right, now, so there's no confusion. As between you and Van Etter, with regard to time and grade as a homicide detective, is he senior to you?
Not as a homicide detective. Time and grade and rank, he's perhaps 3 months senior to me in rank.
All right, so he outranked you at the scene there?
That's not really the way it works.
Well, I'm just asking you from a standpoint of time and grade in this position, first of all.
As far as our Rank structure, yes, by 3 months.
All right, by 3 months.
He was
Okay.
promoted 3 months before I was.
Okay. Now, so the jury's clear, though, as between you and Van Adder, who was in charge of this investigation on the early morning hours of June 12th, June 13th, actually?
It's a responsibility that would be shared by both partners.
So you were co-leaders?
That's correct.
You both had equal responsibility?
Initially, at a crime scene, that's the way it starts out. It depends. All crime scenes are different.
All right, so let's talk about this particular crime scene. When this case started out, he arrived first, is that correct?
Yes.
He was senior in grade, right?
Yes.
And that will never change. Those things will never change, will they?
No.
All right, and with regard to how the investigation of this case has continued, have you continued as co-lead investigators in this case
Yes.
to this day?
Well, the roles have somewhat changed around a bit, but basically that's what we do. We work as partners.
All right. And you have worked as partners for how long?
With Van Adder?
Yes, with Van Adder.
I want to say as a regular partner, approximately 4 to 5 years.
All right. Now, what time did the criminalists arrive at the Rockingham scene, if you know, that morning, June 13th?
I believe it was approximately 10 a.m.
And that's at Rockingham?
I'm sorry. I wasn't at Rockingham when the criminalists arrived.
Okay, so you know what time they got there. Would the log, would a review of the log assist you in that regard, refreshing recollection?
Certainly.
Placing before the witness, Your Honor, Defendant's Exhibit Number 10006. And I'll ask him to read it to himself and see whether or not a review of that document will refresh his recollection regarding what time the criminalists arrived at the Rockingham scene.
I believe this is the Bundy log you have here, sir.
All right, Mr. Bundy log?
Yes.
There's a Rockingham log?
I'm not aware of one.
So you've never seen a Rockingham log?
I'm not aware of one.
Do you have any notes that will refresh your recollection with regard to what time they arrived there?
I wasn't there,
All right.
so I wouldn't.
Well, let's trace back. You arrived at Rockingham at about 5 a.m. in the morning?
I believe it was approximately 5:05 a.m.
All right. And you left about 6:35, 6:45 in the morning?
About 6:45, yes.
And when you left at 6:45, they had not arrived?
The criminalists?
Criminalists.
Had not arrived, correct.
Had they been summoned at that point?
I believe it was about the time I left that I was told a criminalist was going to come by the location to do a presumptive test on the vehicle and then proceed to Bundy right after that.
All right. And who told you that?
I believe it was Van Adder.
All right. And Van Adder remained at the Rockingham location. Is that correct?
Yes,
When you went back over to Bundy?
correct.
All right. So it was sometime after 6:45 in the morning that they arrived. Is that correct? At Rockingham.
That would be my assumption, yes.
All right. And since you weren't there, you don't know the exact time. But we know that they arrived at the Bundy crime scene at what time?
I believe that was approximately 10 a.m.
And the bodies were still there at that point. Is that correct?
Yes,
And when the criminalists arrived, let's give these criminalists some names. You saw Mazzola, did you not?
yes,
And you saw Fung. You saw two of them. Is that correct?
yes.
And when they arrived at the Bundy crime scene, did you give them some instructions?
Not immediately, but shortly thereafter, yes.
And as you had done with Ratcliffe, the coroner's investigator, you took Ratcliffe around the scene and advised her of what you had there and what you'd found. Isn't that correct?
At the locations of the bodies and just subsequently in the house in the upper bedroom, yes.
All right. And with regard to the arrival of the criminalists, did you take them around and show them what you had there?
Yes.
And it's important, is it not, Detective, for you to collect appropriately evidence as soon as possible so it can be subjected to analysis as soon as possible? That's appropriate, is it not?
Well, it would be preferable, but that doesn't always happen.
Well, I understand that. Let's talk about it being preferable. You would always prefer to have the evidence collected as soon as you see it or as soon as possible, isn't that correct?
Again, you would prefer that, but it doesn't happen that way.
Well, let me ask you this. You said in your testimony you saw some blood spots on the rear gate there at Bundy on June 13th, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes,
Those spots have been pointed out to you by Detective Phillips?
that's correct.
You in turn pointed them out to Mr. Fung?
That's correct.
Did you direct Mr. Fung to collect those particular blood spots?
I directed him to do that, and I believe I mentioned to check the entire gate.
All right. And you expected that to be done, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, it was not done on June 13th, was it?
No,
In fact, it wasn't done on June 14th, was it?
that's correct.
And neither the 15th.
That's correct.
In fact, it was not done until July 3rd, 3 weeks later, is that right?
That's correct.
So did Fung come back out there on July 3rd, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that this crime scene at Bundy had been washed down at some point on June 13th or June 14th, isn't that correct?
I'm aware that the front walkway was washed down.
All right, and what date was that?
I don't know. I assume it was a day or two after the crime scene was struck.
Would it be safe in saying it was washed down at least by the 14th of June, sir? That'd be safe?
I don't know.
So a day or two of June 13th would be the 14th or 15th, right?
I just assumed that. I don't know exactly when it was washed down.
All right. Certainly the crime scene itself was broken down by 3 o'clock or so in the afternoon on the 13th, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You read the log yesterday, right?
Correct.
All right, and that meant that people were free to go and come with regard to those premises, is that correct?
No.
That meant that the police department had finished their business at that location, isn't that correct, sir?
No.
Sir, if you had known that Fung had not collected and sought to preserve any blood spots that were allegedly on this back fence, you would not have released that crime scene, would you have?
I wouldn't have.
You wouldn't have, would you?
No.
Okay, but it was released on the 13th, isn't that correct?
No, it was not released to the public.
Well, let's see now, was the crime scene released on the 13th, sir?
Oh,
The crime scene was secured. The residence was secured. The gates were locked.
Was the crime scene released on the 13th, Detective Lang?
We completed our initial crime scene investigation on the 13th. Yes, but I got the inference that you were trying to say it was open to the public, and that's not the case.
No, you shouldn't try to get any inferences from my questions.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, please, don't get any inferences. Just, let me approach and ask you. I want you to read what you read from Ms. Clark yesterday. What time was that crime scene released?
Objection, Your Honor. This is this meeting.
352.
I believe
Overruled.
the last entry, it's kind of written over. It appears to be 15:45, perhaps.
15:45 on June 13th is what time?
3:45 p.m.
In the afternoon, right?
Yes,
That's mean you took those tapes that had been around that scene down at that point, is that correct?
the officers did, yes.
And between that time, 3:45 on June 13th, and July 3rd, 1994, did you ever go back out to the scene between those dates?
I believe I did.
What date you go back?
I believe I was there on June 23rd.
All right, so there was a 10-day period between the time you were on the 13th and the time you came back on the 23rd?
That would be 10 days, but I'm not clear on whether I might have gone back in between those 2 dates.
Do you have some notes that'll help you in that regard?
Yes,
Can you look at them?
certainly. My notes indicate I was at the location on June 16th, but I didn't enter the premises. I just did a mileage check from the location.
Can I ask you a question while you were there on June 16th? Did you notice
Certainly.
that the blood had been washed down?
No.
You don't recall? Or you didn't
If the
notice?
blood had been washed down on the front walkway?
Yes.
I don't recall making that observation.
All right.
It's not to say that it hadn't been done.
Okay.
My notes do indicate I was there on June 23rd at 10:15 a.m.
All right. And were you there after June 23rd, before July 3rd? Were you there on July 3rd, by the way?
Yes, I was.
All right, were there any visits between the 23rd of June and July 3rd?
There was a visit on June 27th.
All right. Were there any other visits?
No.
All right, so you told us all the visits, is that correct?
As reflected by my notes, those are the only ones I have here.
All right. But despite all those visits, this blood that was allegedly on this back gate was not collected on any of those dates that you came there on, 17th, the 23rd, the 27th. Is that correct? Not collected, was it?
I believe it was the 16th. But
16th.
That's correct.
And was finally collected on July 3rd, 1994. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what time of day was that?
I believe it was in the morning,
Were you present?
approximately 10 a.m. Yes.
Now, with regard to blood spots and blood drops, you can't tell the date that blood was placed there, can you?
You can't really tell the age, no.
All right, and I'm going to show you a photograph of Mr. Fung. This, counsel, is defendant's 1007. This is a photograph, D1007, Your Honor, and I want to place it before the detective at this point. Who's depicted in that photograph, sir?
It's criminalist Fung.
And he's pointing to a gate. Is that the rear gate at Bundy?
Yes.
And what date was that photograph taken, if you know?
That would be on July 3rd.
So this was the photograph of July 3rd, 1994, and Fung was pointing toward the fence. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, may I put this on the
You may.
D10007.
Mr. Harris, do you have the shield? Thank you.
All right, can you see that on the monitor?
Yes.
And that's a photograph of Dennis Fung, the criminalist, taken on July 3rd, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were out there at that location?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that after the crime scene perimeter was taken down by Officers Jones and Peridine, Peridine, they had a number of looky-loos and others, tourists from around the world, who came in and around that location. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
You're aware of that, aren't you?
Yes.
And you also know that some people place flowers on the walkway and at various places around the Bundy location. You're aware of that also, aren't you?
Yes.
By the way, when did you first learn that no blood was taken from samples allegedly taken from the back gate? When did you first learn that?
On that day, July 3rd.
You were not aware of it on all those other visits, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to that location, may I have just a second, Your Honor?
Yes. Mr. Darden going to join us?
Maybe not. We can start.
All right, Madam Reporter, you ready? All right, Deputy Magner, let's have the jurors, please. Yes, hold on.
Wait, stop. The items that I was looking for to introduce into evidence with Detective Lang have been returned now. What I'd like to do, if you, with the court's permission, is to open these boxes to determine where the item is that I wanted to introduce with Detective Lang on the record, because these items did not come back to us from the defense in the same condition that they were sent to the defense by us. So I don't have an inventory for each envelope and box to indicate what's inside.
Uh-huh. Well, I would propose that we do that then, that we do the inspection at the noon hour, since it appears to me that Mr. Cochran is just getting warmed up.
All the more reason to do it now, Your Honor. Break his stride.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I won't touch that straight line. All right, how about if we do that, we can inventory the box on the record, and then if, you can inventory the box if necessary, we put something on the record.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
In that case, the,
What we can do is you can have the box, have the courier give the box to the clerk, who will accept it in sealed condition, then come back at noon and we'll see what's there.
thank you, that way he doesn't have to stay here for it.
Right,
I
correct.
appreciate that. And let the record reflect that he is, could you identify yourself for the record, sir?
Investigator Salvino.
All right.
Dean Salvino. Thank you.
Would you give that, please, to Mrs. Robertson, and she will maintain custody of the box. Excuse me, counsel, can we have it quiet? The court reporter's trying to write this down.
Could we describe what's being handed over to the clerk right now?
Appears to be a sealed box and a manila envelope, 2 manila envelopes.
One smaller with red tape and one larger with blue tape and red tape.
Yes. Noted, 3 items. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy Magno, let's have the jury, please. Let the record reflect that all parties are again present. We've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand on cross-examination by Mr. Cochran. Good morning again, Detective Lang.
Morning, Your Honor.
You're reminded you're still under oath. And Mr. Cochran, good morning, sir. You may continue.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Detective Lang, so that we're clear, between the period of June 3rd and July 3rd, there was no police presence at Bundy on a regular basis to guard that location. Is that correct?
Restate your question. I think you got the dates wrong.
Between the dates, I'm sorry, Your Honor, of the June 13th, 1994 at about 3:45 in the afternoon, and July 3rd, 1994, there was no police presence at the Bundy location. Is that correct?
Overruled.
There was no permanent police at that location. I believe they were called to that location on several times.
All right. And they were called that location on several occasions to chase away individuals who would, I'm asking him, I'm in the process of asking the question, Your Honor.
You can ask him if he has personal knowledge of these items.
Are you aware of calls made to that location for police assistance because of the crowds and individuals who were coming to that location?
I had heard of those things happening through the media. I wasn't there. I don't have personal knowledge of it.
All right. Well, you've seen on the media that there were hundreds and hundreds of people in and around that location after June 13th. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of any specific police calls that were made regarding specific individuals in and around the Bundy location after the crime perimeter was taken down at about 3:45 on June 13th, 1994?
I don't recall any specific incidents.
Would it refresh your recollection to see any particular documents in that regard?
If that occurred, it certainly may, yes.
May I be permitted, Your Honor, to ask?
You may. Overruled at this point. He can show him to see if it refreshes his recollection. The issue is still personal knowledge and still 352, though.
I'd like to place this before you and ask you to read this to yourself, Detective Lang. I want you to read this document here, and I want you to look at these numbers here and ask some questions about it.
Okay.
Have you read the particular area that I directed you to?
Yes.
And has the review of this particular document refresh your recollection regarding any police calls to the location 875 South Bundy?
No.
Said no.
All right. Thank you, sir.
At any rate, how did you determine that there had been no blood samples collected near the rear gate area of Bundy after June 13th, 1994? How did you make that determination?
The determination was made as I approached the rear gate and entered on that date. I hadn't been to the rear gate prior to that to examine it. I really felt I didn't have any reason to. As I walked through the gate, myself and others observed what appeared to be the The blood smear that was observed earlier on the 13th.
So you saw it on July 3rd, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And hadn't you met with the criminalists at any time between June 13th and July 3rd?
I don't believe so.
So you hadn't met with either Fung or Mazzola to discuss their work?
To discuss their work, no.
Had you read any reports from Fung or Mazzola between the dates of June 13th and July 3rd?
No.
And when you were at the scene on July 3rd, I presume from what you're saying, you were there in the company of some other officers, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were there before Fung was called as depicted in the photograph that we showed just before the break, is that correct?
We were doing a district attorney walkthrough, and I don't recall.
Can you answer that question? Were you there
Well-
before Fung was there?
I don't know.
Well, if you didn't, at the time you arrived there and you were walking through at that point, no blood samples have been collected, right, on July 3rd at that point?
At the time of my arrival, that's correct.
Right, because you didn't know. You thought they'd already been taken, right?
Yes.
All right. So it was after that that the blood samples, if ever, were taken. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember whether you called Fung to come to the scene? Or was he out there? Or was he due out there? What happened?
I don't recall just how that happened. I may have that written somewhere.
All right. What time of day was it that Fung came to the scene on July 3rd, 1994?
I don't recall. I think it was perhaps late in the morning.
And before that time, did you ever read the property report to determine whether or not these stains allegedly from the rear gate had been booked?
I don't recall seeing the property report prior to that.
All right. Now, when Fung came out, whenever he arrived, were you still present at that time?
Yes.
And who came with him, if anyone?
I believe he might have been by himself, but I don't know for sure.
All right. Do you have any notes which refresh your recollection?
It may be in my notes.
Well, you may be here after lunch, so can you check your notes after lunch so we won't delay?
Yes, I will.
All right, and let us know whether he came with anyone else. Who were you with at that time?
I believe I arrived alone.
All right, and you met some other people out there?
Yes.
Was Van Adder there that day?
I don't recall if he was there or not.
And you said there was some kind of a DA's walkthrough?
Yes.
That means district attorney's walkthrough?
Yes.
Were any of the DAs to my immediate right out at that scene on that particular day?
Yes.
Was it a female?
Yes.
Is that Mr. Marshall Clark there?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Darden wasn't there, was he?
No.
Any other DA there along with Marshall Clark?
Mr. Hodgman.
So was Marshall Clark and Bill Hodgman?
Yes.
Did you get there first?
I think I did.
You were the first one there at the scene?
I believe I was.
And who arrived
first.
after? Who arrived next after you?
I don't want to be inaccurate about this. I don't recall the specifics as far as who arrived when.
All right, now I presume there was no log that day.
Well, there may have been a log as to who was there.
Where is the log?
Well, it would be in my murder book.
Were you planning to have lunch today? Because I might impinge upon that a little bit. Can you check that log for us all over the lunch hour?
Make a list and I'll do it.
We'll make a list of the things we'd like to have you take a look at over the lunch hour. Now, Now, with regard to your testimony yesterday, you indicated to us that you had noticed some blood splatters or some blood spots on the back of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And if we can have a photograph. I don't know if you want to cut the feed on this or not, but do you
Yes.
recall this particular photograph?
Yes, I do.
Sure.
This.
This is the fence and, well,
Thank you.
That's well, John. Can you see, you put in the big screen? This, Detective Lang, is the back of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. And on that back, you see those blood spots or spatters?
Yes.
And did you direct the coroner's office to do something with regard to those particular blood spots and spatters?
I pointed those out to the investigator prior to the removal of the victim, yes.
And that was to Miss Radcliffe?
That's correct.
And when you say you pointed them out, you just said, take a look at these?
Something to that effect.
All right. Now, were you ever able to ascertain whether or not those blood spots and/or spatters were ever collected by the coroner's office or by the criminalist or anyone and preserved and tested to determine whose blood that was on her back?
They wouldn't have been collected by our criminalists there. Normally, that would be done at the coroner's office, and
All right.
my information is that it was not done.
It was not done?
Yes,
You pointed out and it was not done?
yes.
Why wasn't it done? Well, I think if he knows.
When I spoke with the coroner's criminalist, he stated to me that
Do you know of your personal knowledge why that wasn't done, other than what somebody told you?
no, yeah.
Next question.
Thank you, Ed. Would you agree that would be important to determine whose blood that was on her back?
I felt it might be important, yes.
And in the course of your investigation, in an effort for you to determine who the perpetrators or perpetrator was, that would be a key factor if that was the perpetrator's or perpetrator's blood. Isn't that correct?
It may or may not be, but I would like to have had the blood.
As an investigator, you want to get as many facts as you can. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
You don't want to rush to judgment in these things, do you?
certainly not.
So you want to gather all the facts that you possibly can. Is that correct?
Yes,
And are you telling us that that blood was never examined or collected in the coroner's office? Is that correct?
that's my information, yes.
And who did you talk to in the coroner's office who gave you an explanation as to why they didn't collect that blood?
Be it Mr. Mahaney.
Spell that for the.
Mahaney.
Can you spell that for us?
I believe it's Mahaney.
And what was the date of your conversation with Mr. Mahaney?
I don't recall. It was sometime after I got the coroner's criminalist report.
And when was that?
I don't recall. This was probably several months ago.
Several months ago?
Yes,
So from the time you last saw that photograph that we just depicted on the screen for the jury, or that you saw that scene on June 13th, is that correct?
yes,
And it wasn't until several months ago that you found out that they had not collected the blood that was on her back?
yes,
And then did you institute a call to Mr. Mahaney?
yes.
What's his title in the coroner's office?
He's a criminalist.
They have criminalists within the coroner's office,
Yes,
in addition to the doctors?
yes,
Now, the doctor who did the autopsies in this case is Dr. Golden, Goldin, right?
yes.
And Mahaney was the criminalist assigned to this particular case?
I believe he was a criminalist on duty when the bodies arrived. I don't know that they assigned criminalists to particular cases.
So he'd be the one working to deal with this particular body, is that correct?
He was at this particular time, yes.
All right. And so when you talked to him, give us a little clearer date as to when you talked to Mahaney about their failure to collect these spots and examine them. What date was that?
Again, I don't recall. I'd have to look at the coroner's report and perhaps go from there.
And again, over the lunch hour, can you look at that for us?
Put it on the list.
All right, we'll try to get that list. The conversation that you had, did you have more than one conversation with Mahaney at all? or just one?
Regarding this, I believe it was just one.
Did you write a report regarding that?
No.
And you never talked to anybody else in the coroner's office regarding it?
I believe I did.
And who else did you talk to about this?
I believe I had a discussion with Dr. Lakshmanan.
And he is the coroner.
Yes.
Was that after your conversation with Mahaney?
Yes.
And was that in the nature of a complaint to Dr. Lakshmanan?
No, it was in the nature of a general conversation that I had with him.
Now, were you able to ascertain of your own knowledge that this blood spot, the blood spots on Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's back, had been washed off at the coroner's office? Were you able to ascertain that?
From my own knowledge?
Yes, of your own knowledge.
No.
Well, now, you and Van Adder attended the post or the autopsy of these two bodies, isn't that correct?
Yes.
What date was that?
I believe that was on the 14th of June.
Okay, June 14th. That would have been then on a Tuesday. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you went over there, you saw these bodies. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
At that time, had the bodies been washed and prepped?
When we first arrived, I believe they had been at the time of autopsy, certainly.
All right, they've been washed and prepped. And so
Yes.
at that time, did you ask the coroner, Dr. Golden, and say, look, did you preserve that blood that was on the back? Did you ask that question?
That wouldn't have been asked of Dr. Golden, no.
Did you ask Mahaney or any criminalists on duty that day, had they preserved it?
I didn't talk to a criminalist that day.
All right. Now, as a seasoned homicide investigator, when you attend an autopsy, you're there to observe and to point out certain things to the doctor who may not know all the facts. Isn't that correct?
That's one of the things we do, yes.
And you've agreed with me yesterday that, and every day, that in determining the time of death in a homicide case, it's oftentimes very important. Isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And now you were present during the autopsy. Let's take first the autopsy of Mr. Cole Brown Simpson. You were present during that autopsy.
Yes.
How long did that autopsy take, sir?
I don't recall how long. I didn't time it.
All right. Your best estimate, sir.
There's an examination, of course,
Yes, sir.
2 examinations prior to autopsy by the criminalist and by the pathologist that I wasn't present for. This is part of the autopsy procedure.
Now let's take the part when you were present, the part that you dealt with, sir.
Okay, that would be the actual autopsy. Perhaps 2 hours.
Perhaps 2 hours.
It's very difficult for me to.
Okay, and we're talking about Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's
Yes.
portion. All right. So that the examination by the criminalists or whatever would have been conducted at a time before you got there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you ask them? Did you ask the criminalist on duty that day if he'd done anything regarding these blood splatters on the back?
Not that day, no.
All right. It wasn't until 1995 that you asked that question. She said this year?
No, it was several months ago after I received the criminalist report of blood that he had taken from the body.
Several months ago, and that would have been what month?
Again, I'd have to look at
All
that
right, you're gonna
report.
let us know that.
That's on the list.
At lunchtime. All right. Now, in your role there at the scene, did you instruct the coroner, Dr. Golden, to save the stomach contents for Miss Nicole Brown Simpson so that we could use those stomach contents to extrapolate backwards with regard to the digestive process in seeking to determine the time of death?
Counsel's testifying, assumes facts not in evidence at this point.
Okay, Your Honor, may I seek to restate that in a way that doesn't do that?
Please.
Did you ask the coroner to save the stomach contents of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson?
No.
Oh, yes. But that says she's wrong.
Outside the scope of his
All right. You didn't ask the coroner to save, right?
No.
Wouldn't you have liked to have the stomach contents and not have them thrown away?
Assumes facts not in
Okay. Were the stomach contents preserved in this case? You know, I can make it my own witness for this question, Your Honor. I'll make it my own witness for this. All right. Okay. Were the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson preserved in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, but counsel can call him his own case in chief.
It's beyond the scope.
Your Honor, Your Honor, you ruled on this.
Overruled.
The coroner will be testifying.
Overruled.
The contents were examined by Dr. Golden.
Were they preserved,
as-
sir? Is the question.
I don't know.
You don't know to this date whether or not the stomach contents were preserved, sir?
I have heard that they were not preserved, but
Have you checked?
no.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, can the witness be allowed to finish the answer, please?
I want you to finish your answer, so if you have something more to say, please say it.
I'm completed.
Okay. As the investigating officer in this case, have you checked to determine whether or not the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson were preserved in this case so they can be examined?
I have not personally checked, but I have knowledge that they were destroyed.
All right. Is that something you asked the coroner to do?
To destroy the stomach
Yes.
contents?
Yes.
No.
That's something you wanted done.
No.
With regard to a rape kit analysis, did you ask the coroner to perform a rape kit analysis on the body of Nicole Brown Simpson?
No.
Was that done?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, did you think that it might be helpful to make that determination regarding the rape kit analysis? And you answer that yes or no.
No.
What is a rape kit analysis?
Rape kit analysis would include swabs from the vaginal area, perhaps the anal area if there's any evidence of that, perhaps the mouth.
Now, when you arrived at the location of Bundy, you described for us that you saw candles burning in the living room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what time was this these candles were burning at that point?
Well, I arrived at 4:25 a.m., so I'm approximating 10, 15 minutes after that.
So between 4:25, let's say by 4:40 or thereabouts, the candles were burning. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you find out from talking to the other officers those candles had been burning since midnight or 12:15 or thereabouts?
Yes.
And when you went upstairs in the bedroom, how many candles did you find burning?
I don't recall exactly. I believe there were 2 or 3 or 4 in the bedroom and perhaps 2 or 3 in the bathroom.
And they were all still burning?
Yes.
So would you say there were at least 9 candles altogether burning at this point?
Yes.
And you were aware, were you not, these candles had been burning since at least 12:15, the arrival of Officer Risky, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you, in the course of your investigation, direct that any photographs or pictures be taken of these burning candles?
No.
Did it ever occur to you that we might look at the candles and determine the state of their burning at a certain particular period of time and extrapolate backwards, determine when they may have been lit? Did that occur to you ever?
Certainly not. I see no way to do that.
You see no way to do that?
correct.
How large were these candles?
Candles were various widths and sizes and lengths. They were all different.
All right, do we have any photograph anywhere of these candles burning?
No, not that I know of.
When you arrived inside the house, you also heard some music playing, isn't that correct?
Seems to me there was music, yes.
And that music was emanating from what room?
It was somewhere in the living room area.
Did you ever ascertain whether or not that was a CD playing or what was playing?
No.
You know if it was an FM station?
No.
What kind of music did you hear?
It seemed to me to be a new wave type music, instrumentals.
New wave type?
Well, modern type instrumentals.
Kind of soft, romantic kind of thing?
I wouldn't say romantic. It's just in the back of my mind I recall this, and I can't be much more specific than to say it seemed to recall a new wave type of music.
Did you ever go over to a stereo or a component box or something and determine whether this was an FM or a CD or a tape or whatever?
No.
Did anybody in your direction ever do that?
Not under my direction, no.
There was bath water in the master bedroom in the bathtub, is that right?
I observed no bath water in that bathroom.
You never observed bath water?
That's correct.
And do you remember looking in the bathtub?
Yes.
And there was no bath water in the bathtub?
There were candles on the tub, but there was no water in the tub.
If other officers have testified there was bath water in the bathtub, do you think one of them let that bath water out before you came?
Did they leave it out? No, but I believe it drained.
All right, so you have no doubt that at some time earlier there was bath water in the bathtub.
That's the testimony of the arriving officer, that he saw bath water. I didn't see any.
All right, you're talking about Risky.
Yes.
All right, you just didn't see it when you got there.
There was none in there when I got there.
All right. Now, with regard to the bed, you described the bed was made but rumpled. In other words, the covers were rumpled in the center of the bed. Is that correct?
Something like that, yes.
And are there any pictures or photographs taken of any of this interior area at all?
Of the bedroom?
Yes, of the bedroom.
No.
Any pictures taken of any of those candles or the bathtub at all?
No.
Any pictures taken of the stereo or component system where this music was emanating from?
No.
And the television was on in the bedroom also upstairs, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you showed us the other day, you took some pictures of a Ferrari in the garage as you were coming inside the house. But once you got inside the house by that banister, did you take any pictures of the ice cream cup that was there?
No.
We have no pictures to this date of that ice cream cup and the state of the ice cream at that point when you arrived?
It wouldn't be accurate for me to say that. I believe that in that overall shot, if one looks, they'll see what appears to be a small ice cream cup in the blow-up.
You mean the picture, let me approach if I can. Are you talking about from People's Exhibit 74? Is that the one taken from the garage area of the Ferrari? This is the one you're talking about?
This is a little darker. This is the area, though, but when I viewed a photo on the stand the other day, it appeared to possible outline of an ice cream cup here where it would normally have been on the banister. But there were no photographs taken close up.
And why was that? Why didn't you do that?
I felt no reason to do that. It was not part of my crime scene. I wanted to document it, the state that it was first observed. I saw no reason to take a photograph of melted ice cream.
All right, now, of course, it was melted by 4:25, but you're aware, are you not, that when Officer Risky first saw it at 12:35 or 12:40, it was melting and was not melted at that point. You're aware of that, is that correct?
I believe his description was melting, yes.
Right, you're aware of that.
Yes.
And wouldn't the best evidence of that have been for us to be able to look at that photograph of that Ben and Jerry's cup with a photograph or a picture having been taken that night?
Well, there was no photographer there that night with Officer Risky, and as far as best evidence, I'd never considered it evidence at all.
All right.
That's why I wasn't photographed or other things were done with it.
And as the investigator in this case, you don't always do everything you're supposed to do you? You make mistakes, don't you?
Certainly.
All right. None of us are perfect, are they?
That's correct.
All right, now, and with regard to this ice cream cup, it was a Ben and Jerry's ice cream cup, was it?
Yes.
Now, you did take some photographs or a photograph or two of a knife on the kitchen, some marble or corian or whatever, granite. Is that right?
Countertop, yes.
Countertop. What date was that, those photographs taken?
That was taken on June 13th.
By this photograph, by the photographer Rokar?
I believe that would have been Rokar, yes.
All right. And so that we're clear, that knife has been tested under your direction, isn't that correct?
Yes,
There's no blood found on that knife, right?
that's correct.
No fingerprints of Mr. Simpson found on that knife, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was a lot of testimony yesterday about fingerprints, and you had that area dusted for prints inside and out, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again briefly what areas, if any, you had dusted for prints.
Inside and out?
Inside and out.
On the outside of the location, I had the fenced, runged fence fingerprinted around the immediate crime scene, around the victims. The front area, the mailbox, the intercom system, the gate, the stationary gate, the fence around the victims, as well as the railing.
May I stop you at that point? Did you have the front gate both the inside, where one would have to come down from the house and let someone in, and the latch and the outside. Do you have both those fingerprinted also?
Yes,
Dusted footprints?
the entire gate.
All right, the entire gate was dusted?
Yes,
And the call box outside, was that dusted?
yes.
Okay, please proceed, I'm sorry.
The railing leading along the north side of the walkway all the way to the rear gate, the two vehicles parked at the rear, one in the garage, and the black Grand Cherokee in the driveway, the front door, the moldings on either side of the front door, the bathroom on the first level as you would walk in with the moldings around it, the telephones throughout the residence.
Did you have the telephone in the living room area dusted for prints specifically?
There was a phone in the kitchen area, I believe.
All right.
Yes.
Well, do you recall one also in the living room area?
There may have been. I don't recall.
With regard to the phone in the kitchen area, I'd like to place 1022 on the Elmo. Sure.
All right.
1022.
1022.
Can you see, see if we can make it a little clearer? Can you see that, what's depicted there, and it's apparently a speed dialer component of a phone, supposedly in the kitchen of the Bundy residence. Do you remember seeing a phone in that condition with the names by the speed dialer of Daddy, Dita, Dash, Opa, Cora, Pam, or Robin? Robin and Pam.
I can't make them out, but yes, I recall seeing that.
You remember seeing that there that particular night?
Yes.
And that's a fair portrayal of how that phone in the kitchen appeared that particular night on or the date of June 13th, 1994?
I don't know. I don't recall. I don't recall seeing it like that.
You remember seeing the names on there, did you not?
I remember seeing some names, and I believe Daddy was the top one.
All right. Oh, by the way, did you take any photographs of that yourself? Do you
No.
have any photographs?
No,
So you have not, right?
that's correct.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not there was a phone anywhere in the living room area or when you first walked in the house?
Once again, there may have been. I don't have a specific recollection of that.
And you saw the testimony of Officer Risky, did you not?
I saw parts of it.
All right. And with regard to if there was such a phone in the living room area, you would have had that dusted also, would you not have?
My instructions were for all phones.
All right.
Yes.
Well, you could continue on with what you had dusted in the interior if you had not completed it.
The knife subsequent to the examination for blood. The banister railing going up the front stairwell all the way to the top and across towards the main bedroom. Various moldings in the upstairs area. The bed in the bedroom, the posts on the bed, the television set, I believe around the bathtub off the master bedroom, the counters up in that area. There was a pack of cigarettes that I believe was on the floor of the bathroom that was printed. There may have been other areas that they did. Basically, my instructions were to do everything that had the possibility of containing prints.
So this was a thorough job that you wanted to have done to try to determine latent prints. Is that correct?
I certainly wanted every area covered where someone might have left prints, yes.
Did you have the ice cream cup dusted at all?
No.
And what is a latent print, officer?
Latent print is a fingerprint that's not readily observable to the naked eye.
And so in order to bring such a print up, is there some kind of a powder that's used by the print
Yes.
technicians to determine whether or not they can get a print from a particular subject or object?
That's correct.
And in this case, you'd had a very thorough dusting done of the residence there at Bundy, and thereafter, you received a report back, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And if I can show this to counsel and approach the witness room. Two-page report. And I can mark this as defendant's next in order.
I believe that's 1029.
That's 29 pages. I'll place a 1029 on this two-page report, Your Honor, that's labeled Los Angeles Police Department Scientific Investigation Division, Latent Print Section. 1029?
1029.
I'd like to place this two-page report before you, Detective Lang, and ask you to take a minute and take a look at that. First of all.
Okay.
Have you had occasion to see that report before today?
Yes.
And where have you seen that report?
One was forwarded to me.
And when did you receive it?
Gosh, it's been some time back. I don't recall. This particular one was probably a couple weeks ago.
All right, and with regard to that report, is that a report of the findings of the print technicians who dusted the areas you've described for the court and jury at the Bundy location?
To date, yes.
And with connection with that report, who is the print technician who did this work?
Who did the comparative work
Yes, the comparative work.
is Alvarado.
Alvardo.
Alvardo.
And so Alvardo, working under your direction, dusted these areas you've described for prints regarding Bundy.
No. Maybe I should clear that up. Alvardo did the comparison work in the lab. The dusting at the scene was done by 4 different persons.
Who were they?
Braggs, Duke, Udeshi, and Claiborne.
How do you spell those?
Braggs, Braggs, Duke, Duke. Udeshi appears to be Udeshi. Claiborne, Claiborne.
As I understand it, then these 4 individuals are like technicians. They're the ones who work at the field. They carry out your instructions. Is that correct?
Yes,
They then after they make the collection of the latent prints, if any, they then take them downtown to the Scientific Investigation Division. Is that correct?
yes.
Then a comparison is made by Alvardo. Is that correct?
That's one of the things that, yes,
And then the report before you is the 2-page report is from Alvardo. Is that right?
that's correct.
And in the course of this, were you looking to determine whether or not Mr. Simpson's fingerprints were in any of these particular areas?
That's correct.
And what is the counsel? And the report you have a report as to whether or not Mr. Simpson's prints were in any of these locations, don't you?
Yes.
You got a moment. Trying to avoid sidebar.
Yes, please. All right, Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to ask you a few other questions about this particular document. You asked to have a number of individuals compared, I presume, to see if you could locate their prints inside Bundy. Is that correct?
Term we use is eliminated.
Eliminated.
Yes.
You sought to eliminate certain individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what subjects, if any, you sought to eliminate as having their prints inside the location?
All LAPD personnel at the scene, all civilian personnel at the scene, family members, any friends that we find may have visited the scene at one time or another. Just basically all persons who have had access to that scene.
Well, let's okay, you've given us some names. Was Mr. Simpson one of the people you sought to see if you eliminate?
That's correct.
All right. Was Mr. Cowlings one of the people you sought to see if he was eliminated?
Yes.
Was Mr. Marcus Allen one of the people you sought to see if he was eliminated?
I don't believe so. I don't have any record of that.
And in making a determination of whether or not anybody else you can recall was, well, let me ask you this question. Was Faye Resnick a person that you sought to eliminate?
Yes.
What about Robin Greer?
I don't recall if we ran Robin Greer's prints or even had her prints.
What about Cora Fishman?
We did not get Cora Fishman's prints.
Anyone else that you can recall that you sought to eliminate as having prints at the Bundy Street location in the analysis that was done, depicted on
There were
29?
There's a list of names, several names on a list. I don't have that in front of me.
Can you get that pretty readily for us?
I can check here. See
See
if
if
I
you
have
can get that without too much delay. By the way, while you're doing that, may I ask you a question or two?
Certainly.
What are you referring to there?
This is my murder book.
That's your homicide book?
Yes, that's one of them.
And so how many books do you have? Homicide books do you have?
In this case,
Yes, in this case.
4 or 5.
So
Just
over
whether,
lunch hour, if we ask you to look for something, you're going to look in your homicide books to try and find it?
if I think it's in here.
And those are originals, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
This list may be was compiled by the Layton Print Unit, and that's perhaps the ones who still have it. This is an ongoing process where they're adding to that every time we come up with another name. So I am not certain that I would even have that ongoing list.
All right, would it be easier for you if we put that on the list for lunchtime? You took a look at lunchtime?
Wouldn't be easier, but I'll do it. Oh,
Well,
here it is here. I'm sorry, I do have it.
one less thing to do. Can I look at that with you?
Yes, this is appears to be a partial list. Persons run and eliminated. The current list, the ongoing list would be maintained by the print unit, and I don't believe all the names would be on there.
All right, now this list that you have here, do you mind if we mark this?
How about if we have a photocopy made of it?
Please.
Let the
I guess you do
detective.
mind, huh? Okay, so we'll get the clerk to make a copy on that. Pass it. While we're waiting to do that, is that a complete list of everybody, including Mr. Simpson?
Once again, I don't believe it is. I think there's an ongoing list maintained by the print unit.
All right, but at the lunchtime, can you also check to see if you have any other lists? Is that the only one you have at this point?
I believe it's the only one, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, but so we're clear, what you're trying to do here is to eliminate certain individuals' fingerprints, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's an actual list of the individuals who have been eliminated at this point that comes out of your homicide book, is that right?
The list would be those who are eliminated and the ones who are made on prints.
All right, and so that we're clear, you did in fact make some individuals on the prints, is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you made some police officers, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor. You didn't make
Sustained.
anybody.
Sustained.
Well, the,
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel.
Sustained.
well, I haven't asked the question yet.
Next question.
You objected to the? Okay, let me see if I can state a question. There are individuals who were not eliminated, and you have the names of those individuals, is that correct?
Yes.
And on that list of people who were not eliminated, would there be some friends of Mr. Cole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
And would there be police officers on that list also?
One police officer.
Would he be a detective?
Your Honor, take objection.
Sustained. List is,
Distract. That was involved.
no, sustained, Captain.
Gonna man mark these as, we have a copy, we'll give him, original back. May I mark this as 1030, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's a two-page document.
I think that's mine. Is that my original?
On maybe, that's really, cut out a copy, that's cool. You may. You have your copy back?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'll mark this two-page as 1030.
All right, 10:30, but Mr. Cochran, this is not the person who did the comparison.
I understand you.
All right,
Now,
thank
with
you.
regard to 1030, so we make it clear for the record, Your Honor, what this is. Tell us what 1030 is.
1030 is a partial list entitled Homicide Worksheet of police personnel whose prints were compared to print lifts made at the Bundy location.
All right. And who is the person who can come in here and tell us what the findings were? Who was eliminated? And who you found prints of? Who's that person?
Well, there are probably several, depending on when the information came in. Alvarado, I believe, would be one of them. Some of this work is done on day watch, and some may be done on night watch. I think the best way to tell would be to contact the print supervisor for that information.
The print supervisor?
Yes, the supervisor of that unit.
Do you, I was asking you some questions yesterday and this morning with regard to lividity being present on First Nicole Brown Simpson. And you remember you indicated that you didn't recall any. Remember that?
I don't recall any marked lividity.
And by the way, with regard to Mr. Goldman, do you recall any lividity on his body?
He was clothed. I wouldn't have observed any.
Well, in order to take the liver temperature, didn't they have to raise up his clothing? The scene there?
To that area, yes.
You see any lividity then?
I don't recall seeing anything that stood out to me.
Would it refresh your recollection to see a document with regard to that in the coroner's office?
Certainly may.
Okay, I'd like to mark as the next exhibit 1030, is it?
1031.
1030. It's a two-page document.
1031.
1031. It's two-page documents, page 2 and 3, and I'd like to show it to counsel.
All right. With the court reporter, please. You may.
I want to show you a document that's been marked as Defendant's 1031. It's a two-page document. And I want to ask you the question of validity, whether or not you read the two paragraphs. By the way, the two decedents were given different coroner's numbers, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to read two separate paragraphs, if you would.
This and this.
This one and this one.
Okay.
I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Have you read those? Read both paragraphs now? Sorry,
Yes.
take your time.
Yes.
And does the review of this particular document, investigator's report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not there was lividity present and fixed in either one of these bodies?
No.
Doesn't refresh your recollection at all?
No.
All right. You were present when the autopsies were done on both individuals?
Yes.
And as you think back about your being present at that time, does that in any way refresh your recollection of whether you saw lividity on either of these bodies?
No, those observations would be made prior to the autopsy and probably my arrival. I don't recall making those observations.
All right. It doesn't refresh your recollection.
Not at all.
All right. Now, you received a call to respond to this homicide, as I understand it, sometime in the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who called you at that time, if you recall?
I believe it was a detective from detective headquarters, on-duty detective.
And do you remember what time it was that you received this call?
Approximately 3 a.m.
And I presume you were at home in bed at that point.
Yes.
And then you drove from your home in Simi Valley down to the location, is that right?
Yes.
And how long did it take you to get from Simi Valley to the location at Brentwood?
Perhaps 50 minutes, an hour. I don't know.
You arrived at the location at about 4:25 in the morning?
Yes.
And when you got there, Van Adder was already there, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And two of you had worked together for about 4 years prior to this particular time?
That's correct.
You became aware that you were taking this case over from two other detectives, is that correct?
Yes.
You'd never worked before with Mark Phillips or Furman, is that correct?
Mark Furman or Ron Phillips?
Or Ron Phillips. You had not worked before with him?
That's correct.
And once you arrived at the scene, you described for us how you were briefed and taken around the scene primarily by Phillips, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of that, you all had some conversations. When I say you all, I mean that you and Van Adder and Phillips and Furman had some conversation about what you had here, kind of homicides these were and that sort of thing. Isn't that right?
Yes.
It's true, is it not, sir, that upon arrival at the crime scene, you were met by Detective 3 Ron Phillips, West Los Angeles Division Homicide Coordinator. That's correct, is it not?
He's one of the people, yes.
That Phillips stated to you that victim Brown was the ex-wife of OJ Simpson, the well-known athlete/actor, right?
I don't believe he stated that verbatim. I believe there was information that one of the victims appeared to be Mr. Simpson's ex-wife.
Well, maybe I can approach, and I'll show you 1021, Counselor. You've seen it. This is Defendant's 1021. I want to place this before you, and that's what I want to ask you, and I can show you if you'd like. This is a report prepared by you and Van Adder. It's a continuous report in the homicide book, prepared under your direction, that of Detective Van Adder. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at it together.
Does that report indicate that Phillips stated that victim Brown was the ex-wife of OJ Simpson, comma, the well-known athlete actor?
Yes, it does.
Did it say additionally, Phillips stated that Mr. Simpson and victim one had been embroiled in previous domestic violence situations, comma, one of these resulting in the arrest of Mr. Simpson? Did the report say that?
Yes, it does.
Phillips told you that, didn't he?
Not at the particular time of my arrival, but he did prior to going to the Rockingham location.
All right. Well, he told you, and the report says upon arrival at the crime scene, you were met by Detective 3 Phillips, right?
That was meant to be the end of that thought, met by Detective Phillips.
Okay.
It was later on that he made that statement.
But he told you this before you went over to Rockingham, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say Mr. Simpson resided at 360 North Rockingham Place in Brentwood, approximately 2 miles from the crime scene. Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Now you wrote this, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And as an experienced police officer in writing this, you strive to be as accurate as possible. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
That's what you did in this case, right?
that's correct.
And so before you went over to Rockingham, Phillips had told you already that Simpson had been embroiled in this previous domestic violence situation, resulting in O.J. Simpson's arrest, right?
That was a general statement,
I'm asking, did he tell you that?
not in that form, no.
Who told you about an incident that he had dealt with or had responded to at the Rockingham incident back in 1985, did you not?
No. Furman told Phillips about an incident that he had responded to, and Phillips told me.
All right, so you didn't talk to Furman, but you talked to Phillips, who talked to Furman, right?
That was my understanding.
All right,
That's
and-
what was relayed to me by Phillips.
And then Phillips then told you, right?
Correct.
All right. So you arrive at the scene at 4:25, and you have 2 dead bodies, right?
That's correct.
And you're given this walkthrough by Phillips, is that correct? That you
correct.
described. And was it after the walkthrough that Phillips told you about this situation of Mr. Simpson having been embroiled in a previous domestic violence situation with his wife or ex-wife? Or during the walkthrough?
No, it was just after that he told me that Furman had responded years before to a radio call at that location.
My question is, when was that? Was it just after what?
That was just after the walkthrough.
Just after the walkthrough.
Around that time, yes.
And was Van Adder present also at that point?
He was nearby.
All right.
I don't recall exactly where.
Do you know whether or not he heard at that point?
Whether he heard that
The
conversation?
conversation with Phillips, sir.
He may have.
Now, you said something earlier with regard to the fact that initially, was Van Adder taking a more active role in this investigation than he is now?
I don't think I understand that.
All right, let me say it this way. You said, I think, early in response to one of my questions that you're co-lead investigators, is that correct?
Yes.
I thought you said something about something had turned around or something had changed. Did you indicate that earlier today?
I believe I was alluding to the fact that after 5 days, this case was filed with the district attorney's office, and
Wait, let me stop you there. This case was filed within the first 5 days?
I believe I stated after the first 5 days.
Well, was it filed on June 17th, 1994?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And these killings had occurred on June 12th in the late evening hours, is that correct?
Yes,
So within 5 days, by that Friday, is the 17th Friday?
correct.
All right. Between the 12th and the 17th, were you co-lead investigators during that time?
Yes,
Between the 17th and today, 2/22/95, you still co-lead investigators?
certainly.
Same basic roles.
Yes.
All right. Now, so you have this conversation wherein Phillips tells you about this domestic violence situation. And
you become aware also that Commander Bushy has told Phillips to give personal notification to OJ Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there was nothing that would prohibit you as the investigator now, you and your partner as the co-lead investigators, from giving that notification to Mr. Simpson. Isn't that correct? You could have done it also, couldn't you?
I could have.
Just like you gave the notification to the real next of kin, Mr. Lewis Brown. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But it's your testimony that after hearing this from Phillips, all four of you,
Objection, I'm sorry. Objection to the next one.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Objection to the question that's raised, you'll answer the court.
Overruled.
may I try to restate she wasn't objecting to this question, so let me restate it. So is it your testimony, we'll strike that. You were aware, were you not, that Van Adders had worked West Los Angeles? You were aware of that sometime in the past?
Some 20 years prior, yes.
And were you aware that he's testified he knew the area in West Los Angeles and knew how to get to O.J. Simpson's house in Rockingham?
He stated to me that night that he didn't know the way.
All right, now, my question to you is, are you aware whether or not he's testified before that he knew the area of West Los Angeles, having worked? Let me finish the question.
Sustain.
All right. Did you watch your partner testify at the preliminary hearing in this case?
I did not. I was banned from the courtroom.
Well, they have television?
I was sent into the hall and not allowed to watch.
Well, you weren't here all the time, but you watched, right?
At the preliminary hearing, I was excluded while my partner testified, and he was excluded while I testified.
So you didn't hear what he said?
That's correct.
Did you read his testimony in the preliminary hearing transcript?
No.
All right. Have you talked to him about it, his testimony?
You have same objections.
He can answer that yes or no.
Overruled.
I don't recall discussing specifics like that. The only conversation I had regarding your question with Van Adder was that evening.
Okay. All right. At any rate, you were aware he'd worked West Los Angeles at some point in the past. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you and Van Adder were in one car. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who was driving that car?
Van Adder.
All right. And is it your testimony that your purpose, after hearing this from Phillips, was to go over and just establish some rapport with Mr. Simpson so you get to know him, so you could cooperate as this investigation proceeded? Is that your testimony is?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
All right. Was one of your reasons that you went over there because you thought he was a suspect in this case?
No, not at that time.
Well, let's see now. If when you got inside the Rockingham residence, if Cato Kalin was a potential suspect and you looked at his shoes, O.J. Simpson wasn't a suspect?
I'm not saying that Cato Kalin was a potential suspect. I believe Furman requested to look at his shoes.
Well, let me ask you this. You told us yesterday that Furman looked at his shoes. Didn't you see Furman give Cato Kalin a nystagmus test? Did you see him looking in his eyes to determine whether or not he was under the influence of anything at some point? Were you aware of that?
He may have done that. I wasn't in the room. I was out on the walkway. He may have.
But you read reports, have you not, about that?
I don't recall.
Well, he's the investigating officer, Your Honor. That's what we read reports.
Sustain. Sustain.
All right. Now, were you aware that Furman looked through this pile of clothes that were in Cato Kalin's room?
He may have. I don't have a specific recollection. I didn't see him look through any clothes.
Now, with regard to your going to this location, you described for us you're going over there. Your purpose then was to establish this rapport with Mr. Simpson, right? Among other purposes?
That's one reason, yes.
All right. And the other two detectives, Furman and Phillips, were going to go over there to Phillips to give notification. Is that correct? Isn't that right?
Well, if Mr. Simpson were at home, myself or Detective Van Adder would have probably actually given the notification.
Well, then why then would you need Furman and Phillips to go over there?
Because it was my intent to leave both detectives with Mr. Simpson while we returned to the crime scene to complete our investigation.
And was that to establish more rapport with him and kind of get his cooperation? Is that what you were going to do?
As far as my contact,
Yes.
one of the reasons was to get him to meet us, To establish some rapport and to get some type of an initial statement, yes.
All right, and were you going to question him about these previous domestic violence situations that Furman had told Phillips about, who then told you about it?
No, certainly not at that time.
You weren't going to talk about that.
That would be the last thing I would have brought up at that
All right.
time.
But what you were going to do was just try to establish this rapport and leave these detectives there to try to assist Mr. Simpson, right?
That was in the back of my mind, yes.
All right. So you described for us that you went over there and how you ultimately gained entrance. In other words, you had Furman climb over that wall. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you went inside and you've described for us how you ultimately ended up at Cato Kalin's residence, right?
Yes.
And yesterday, when asked by Ms. Clark, you indicated that Cato Kalin did not tell you that Mr. Simpson had left for Chicago the night before. Isn't that correct? Can you so indicate?
I may have. I didn't recall that being put to him as a question, but I don't recall that being said.
Do you recall that Arnell Simpson said to you and Van Adder that her father was in Chicago, Illinois, after leaving the L.A. area late the night before? Do you recall that?
She may have after. Initially, she didn't say that, though.
Well, let me show you this report again. Just talking about it. Still have your copy here. Let's look down and look at Defendant's 1021. Look at the next to the last paragraph, and I want to ask you if you wrote this and if Arnell Simpson said this to you. Detectives were also informed by Ms. Simpson that her father was in Chicago, Illinois, after leaving the L.A. area late the night before. Ms. Simpson further stated she had returned home at approximately 0100 hours, that's 1 o'clock, right?
1 a.m.
After attending the movies in Westwood. She tell you that?
That statement was made subsequent to other statements by Ms. Simpson. Yes,
Question is, did she tell you that?
she did subsequent, yes.
Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Okay, now, with regard to Cato Kalin, you or your brother officer wrote a report of what Cato Kalin said that very morning when you all talked to him. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall writing any report.
You don't? Well, let me approach, and counsel, I'm referring now to Defendant 1024 for identification. I want to place before you a report dated 6/13/94, 6 o'clock hours, I presume in the morning. It revolves a Kalin.
Objection, I'd like to approach.
This is one of the exhibits already marked here. I'm good. Doesn't matter, Mr. Porter. I want to ask him about this report.
All right, at this point, the objection is premature. Proceed.
This report, I want to show you this report here. See Kalin, Brian Gerard Kalin? See that?
Yes.
3959, right?
Correct.
And this,
Counsel doesn't need to read it into the record. He's allowed
Just
to.
ask him the question if you
Okay.
was present when the statement was taken, counsel.
with regard to this statement, I want you to read this statement to yourself. I want you to read it in total, and then I want to ask you a question or two about it. Mike.
Okay.
You read that report over?
Yes.
All right, and you recognize this as a Los Angeles Police Department report of some kind?
It appears to be a partial statement.
And do you recognize the handwriting on this report?
I think it perhaps is Detective Van Adder's.
Now, you worked with him a long time. It looks as handwriting to you?
It appears to be Detective Van Adder's.
And you were present, were you not, when Van Adder spoke with Cato Kalin? Isn't that right? At least a part of the time?
No.
You were never present when Van Adder was talking to Cato Kalin?
No, Van Adder was in the rear at the bar area with Kalin, and I was with Arnell in the kitchen area.
Well, let me ask you this. Didn't Cato Kalin tell you
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm asking him specifically this question. Let me ask this.
Objection.
Sustain. It's hearsay.
What, Cato?
Stay. Yes.
We need to, we'll do it over lunch hour. Let me,
But then it won't be a lunch hour.
Well, it's okay, Your Honor. His lunch hour is ruined already anyway, so we're going to ruin everybody's, except the
The fact that
jury's.
his is ruined doesn't mean mine has to be ruined.
Well, Judge, we all have to suffer together, Your Honor, in this whole thing.
All right, Mr. Cochran, we're about 6 minutes till. Do you want to excuse the jury at this point and argue the point?
No, I'd like to proceed a little bit longer.
All right.
This won't take long, Your Honor,
Thank you.
this part of it. Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Now, what I want to ask you is, you had a conversation with Cato Kalin, didn't you? Are you
I don't
present
believe
during
I
a
did.
conversation?
I don't believe I did.
Were you present during a conversation with Cato Kalin?
No, I was outside the room when Furman was inside, and I recall overhearing some things before proceeding down to Arnell Simpson's room.
Well, if you were looking for OJ Simpson to establish this rapport and cooperation with him, and you were the co-lead investigator, wouldn't it have been important to talk to Arnell Simpson and Cato Kalin there to find out when they last saw OJ Simpson?
Be important to talk to anyone there.
All right? Well, don't you think it was important for you to ask Cato Kalin, when is the last time you saw OJ Simpson? You want to ask that
Initially,
question?
I would probably say no because we didn't know who he was, and I didn't talk to him in any event.
I see, but you weren't, as an investigating officer, you weren't interested at all in what he might be able to tell you about when you last saw him?
It's certainly not a matter of me not being interested. Of course I'd be interested.
All right, but you never asked him that question, did you?
I didn't speak with the man.
All right, but you read Van Adder's statement that was taken by 6 o'clock that morning, right?
Well, objection, that assumes facts not
All right,
evidence.
I'm asking, have you read Van Adder's
Partial
statement?
statement. Misstates the testimony is a partial
Overruled.
statement.
That part's overruled. I've sustained the objection.
All right, did you read Van Adder's statement?
I'm aware of that partial statement, and I did not read it that morning, no.
All right, and he never told you about what Kalin had told him?
Objection, irrelevant.
Well, you can say yes or no
Say
to
yes
that.
or no?
I don't believe he got into any detail at all.
All right, so then you didn't talk to Kalin, but you then went down and talked to Arnell Simpson, right?
With Phillips, that's correct.
All right, and at some point, because we saw it in your own statement, she told you her dad was in Chicago. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, when you were searching around that house and going all through the house, did you ever go upstairs and look in Mr. Simpson's bedroom for him if you were so interested in finding him?
No, because Ms.
Well, no,
Simpson,
you answer, can I answer yes or no, please?
I never went upstairs.
All right, and so when you were trying to find out whether O.J. Simpson was on the premises or not, you never went upstairs to his bedroom or looked in the upstairs part of that house, right?
That's correct.
And you described for us yesterday how, pursuant to the LAPD policy, you're supposed to give, where at all possible, personal knowledge of the death to the next of kin. Isn't that correct?
Personal
Check your
knowledge
manual.
or notification?
Yes,
Personal notification.
All
yes.
right. And in the situation, so that we're clear, in a situation where you're divorced from someone, who is the next of kin?
Well, it wouldn't be the person you were divorced from.
Right, it would
The
be
next
their,
of kin could be anyone.
could be maybe their parents. Would that be
It
perhaps?
could be anyone who's the next of kin.
All right. And you ascertained at some point, in fact, you knew when you were talking to Phillips that Mr. Simpson was divorced from Mrs. Nicole Brown Simpson, didn't you? You knew that, didn't you?
I believe he said either divorced or separated. I don't believe the distinction was made at that time.
And do you know whether or not Commander Bushy knew that when he insisted on giving O.J. Simpson this personal knowledge, personal notice?
I have no idea.
But when you got on the phone and you called Mr. Lewis Brown's house, you didn't give any personal notice at that point, did you?
Personal knowledge
Personal notice.
as to what?
Just the death of Nicole Brown Simpson. That wasn't personal notice, was it?
That was not in person, that's correct.
You could have contacted an Orange County Sheriff's Department or whatever the local police department was, had one of those officers go over to that house in person and make notification. Couldn't you have done that?
I could have. That was a judgment call, and I didn't.
All right, and you didn't do that, right?
That's correct.
All right. And with regard to the conversation with Mr. Simpson, that conversation was conducted over on a phone call with Phillips. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was during that conversation that you decided to tell Arnell what had taken place. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
And you described for us yesterday that she became very, very upset. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was a period of excitement for everyone. Isn't that correct?
Everyone?
A time for excitement for everybody around the house. Weren't you somewhat excited?
I don't recall being excited, no.
All right. Who was excited?
Arnell Simpson.
She's the only one who's excited?
I don't recall anyone else being excited.
Did you see Phillips's testimony where he said it was a period of excitement? Did Phillips seem excited to you also?
No.
So only Arnell was excited inside the house there.
In my opinion, yes.
And did you call the Brown family directly after the conversation was made to Mr. Simpson?
I don't recall the timing. I'd have to look at the phone bills. It was around that time.
All right, and you can look at some phone bills for us maybe over the lunch hour. Now, at some point yesterday, you told us you left the Rockingham location because you had to go downtown somewhere. Remember that?
No, I believe it was to go back to the Bundy location.
Yeah, well, I know you went to Bundy, but at some point you left Bundy, I'm sorry, to
Yeah,
go
okay,
downtown,
Bundy.
right?
That's correct.
And were you aware that Mr. Simpson had returned to town?
Yes.
And you went downtown to see Mr. Simpson, didn't you?
Yes.
Down at Parker Center here in Los Angeles, right?
That's correct.
And you and Van Adder went down to talk to Mr. Simpson, isn't that right?
That's correct.
You found him to be very, very cooperative, didn't you?
Well, objection, Your Honor.
I can answer that
Beyond
question.
scope. This
Can
is
make him my own witness.
testifying, so it's backing up evidence.
She's speaking objection, Your Honor.
No, those are statements of 3 legal causes. It's sustained at this point.
I'm making my own witness, Your Honor. I can answer
Well,
this
it's
question.
sustained at this point.
Okay.
It's 12 noon straight up.
All right, let me ask one last question. You went downtown and you saw OJ Simpson at Parker Center, right?
Yes.
And you found him to be cooperative with you at the time you saw him at Parker Center.
Objection,
Isn't that
Your Honor,
correct?
it's all beyond scope.
Well, let me ask this question. You took a
Hold.
statement. Okay, well, thank you, Your Honor. What-
You can just say he took a statement from him.
Okay,
That's
well,
where
let
we're
me,
gonna end- that's where we're
let
going
me
to
go
end
back to the other question. You took a statement from him, right?
Yes.
All right, that's
That's a
where we're
good
ending.
point. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Don't perform any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll see you back here at 1:30. All right, let's clear the court. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Counsel, is there anything else we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us?
No, Your Honor, this afternoon, probably at the break, we want to show you, show some more video to, additional videos we'd like to show, recorded from counts. Yeah.
All right. Mr. Darden, Ms. Clark? We ready?
I'm sorry, I can't, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We ready?
Oh, yes.
All right, let's have the jurors,
Is there
please.
something else the counsel wanted to show us?
No, they indicated, Mr. Cochran indicated that at the break, he had some additional video.
Why not show us now?
They already have it,
All right,
Well, we need to
let's have the jurors,
see,
please.
as we have done a courtesy to counsel throughout this trial, I show it to counsel before I show it to the witness. Since we're going to, since you know what you're going to show the witness,
You weren't listening. We're not showing you the witness. Relax, we will do it.
but you obviously are going to, why not do it now? Why not we look at it now?
Let's have the jurors, please.
Witness, time for our case, Your Honor. I said we took the break. Have it up, please.
Let's have the jurors, please. Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand. Good afternoon, Detective. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Cochran, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor, and good afternoon, members of the jury, and Detective Lang. Did you have a pleasant lunch?
Not really.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Were you able to get a list of items that were you able to refer to them over the lunch hour, sir?
Yes.
And may I approach with regard to the list, and maybe, Your Honor, if you have a moment, take the time to tell me those items that you're able to find or whatever.
Sure, Ms. Clark, do you want to approach? Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Lang, over the lunch hour, were you able to review any of your reports and determine, first of all, when it was that you received some communication from Mr. Mahaney, who is a criminalist in the coroner's office, with regard to their failure to collect the blood drops or spatters on Nicole Simpson's back?
So my office was faxed Mr. Mahaney's report on June 23rd, 1994.
Is that June 21st?
Might be 21, yes.
Yeah, June 21st.
June 21, yes.
And thereafter, did you do something after that?
Yes, I telephonically spoke with Mr. Mahaney.
And that was
Approximately 2 to 3 weeks after, and that's only a guess.
And it was in that conversation when you discussed whether or not the coroner's office had removed or examined or preserved these blood spots on the back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in that connection, when we've seen pictures of how Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body was kind of on her side in a fetal position, and when the coroner's representatives, Ratcliffe, and what was the gentleman's name who came out?
There was a driver. It's in the log. I don't.
Was it Jacopo?
Possibly.
Jacopo.
Possibly something like that.
When they came out, you were standing there when her body was placed on this sheet and the plastic. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you recall that they turned her body over on the back, so she's laying on her back. Isn't that correct?
I believe they may have, yes.
And so did you tell them, be careful, Don't put the body on the back because you're going to smear that blood.
I pointed that out to the criminalist, and I don't recall specifically saying that. I don't believe it was in a position to be smeared. It was caked and dried.
Well, let me ask this. What criminalist did you point that out to?
The investigator, I misspoke, to the investigator who put the body on the...
All right. So that we're clear, before her body was removed from that scene, her body was placed on its back. Isn't that correct?
It was on the back so much, there was an attempt to straighten the body out because of the state of rigor mortis.
Right.
So I don't recall the body being perfectly supine.
All right, but as opposed to being on its face, it was on the back, though. Is that correct?
More or less, yes.
Okay, sir. And the person that you pointed out to be careful not to smear the blood on the back would have been Ratcliffe, the coroner's investigator?
Yes, that's the original person who I discussed that with.
Okay. And we'd ask you if you could check your notes or your homicide books and find out about this July 3rd, 1995, strike that, July 3rd, 1994, visit to Bundy when you have testified the blood spots on the rear gate were collected. You recall that?
Yes.
And did you have occasion over the lunch hour to look at any kind of chronological entry in the log regarding that?
Yes.
And did your review of that log indicate that you were the first one at the scene other than a police officer who may have gotten there before you did?
That's my recollection, yes.
And that police officer would have been Detective Payne?
Yes.
By the way, Detective Payne is the officer who has been running down leads, if any, regarding other suspects. Is that correct in this case?
No, he's been doing some of that, but mostly coordinating that type of thing.
Coordinating what type of thing?
Running down leads, running down so-called clues as they come in.
Okay, the clues. And his name is Payne. Is that P-A-Y-N-E?
That's correct.
And is he assigned to West Los Angeles?
No, he's assigned to Robbery Homicide Division.
So he's one of your people and at the Robbery Homicide downtown?
That's correct.
And is that a chore or task that you assigned him early on in this case?
It was done by my lieutenant at the time.
And that's Lieutenant Rogers?
That's correct.
Okay. At any rate, so Detective Payne may have been at the scene. Would you have been the second police officer there?
More than likely.
And do you have a record and indicate what time you actually arrived, approximately?
Yes.
About what time did you arrive?
At 9:45 a.m.
On July 3rd, is that correct?
Yes.
And then after you arrived, it was sometime after you arrived that Ms. Clark arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
And who arrived first as between Ms. Clark and Mr. Hodgman, if you recall?
What's the possible relevance of this?
There may be, Your Honor. There may be. I'll be very brief on this.
If there's only maybe, then we ought to move on.
Yeah, we'll move on. I just want to find out if I can. Did you recall, they didn't come together, did they?
I don't believe so.
All right. And with regard to the two of them, who arrived first?
I don't recall.
All right. And then was after they arrived, you know the time they arrived?
It had to be right around 10 a.m. shortly thereafter.
All right.
I believe 10 a.m. was the meeting time.
And do you recall whether or not Mr. Fung, the criminalist, was summoned there at some time that morning?
Yes.
And do you know what time he arrived?
No, it had to be obviously after 10.
You have no idea what time he arrived?
No.
And was a photographer summoned also?
Yes.
And the picture which I showed you earlier, was that taken at some time later that day on July 3rd?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now, when we broke... Sure, Counsel. Let me, Counsel's correct, Your Honor. The picture, so we'll show it again, is 10-007, fence 10-007, Your Honor. That picture or photograph here was taken sometime later that day of July 3rd, 1994, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived at the scene on July 3rd, I believe you told us that up to that point, you had not seen any property reports from, or any reports from the criminalist, Mr. Fung, or from Ms. Mazzola?
That's my recollection.
All right. And then did you visually look at the rear gate of the Bundy location?
Yes, I
That day?
walked, sorry?
Did you visually look at that
Yes,
gate?
I walked in through that gate.
All right. And then thereafter, or after you had your meeting there, that's when Fung was actually called to the scene, is that correct?
Yes,
And you have no knowledge of who may or may not have been at that location between the dates of June 13th and July 3rd, 1994, do you?
who would have been at the location?
There's no log indicating who may have passed by there or come at that location, do you?
Well, I have the, my entries only. I don't know if someone else has a log.
All right. You have no log of people who were at that scene during that period of time?
Oh, on the 3rd?
Yeah, no. Between June 13th and July 3rd.
Objection, Vegas location, what's seen here?
Oh, well, we're talking about Bundy,
Talking about Bundy.
Where it Bundy?
875 South Bundy.
Front, back?
Your Honor, speaking objection. Could you please answer?
There are several logs in the book, and I know that I'd been to that location prior. I don't know.
What I'm asking you, sir, is there was no police who maintained a perimeter for the 3-week period of time after you took the yellow tape down. Is that
The
correct?
entire time. Okay, I misunderstood your question. No, there wasn't.
Okay, that's all I was asking you, sir. Now, when we broke for lunch, we were just asking you about the fact that you had left the Bundy scene at some time around noon, was it, on June 13th, 1994?
I believe it was approximately 12:15, yes.
All right, and did you log out at that point, if you recall?
I believe I did.
And did you receive a telephone call or something that caused you to leave the location?
Yes.
Who called you?
The station from the division, one of the secretaries?
Okay, and you had a brief conversation with her?
Yes.
And you had left, and you left about 12:15, is that correct?
Yes.
If I might have put you again, Your Honor.
Yes.
The log indicates, I'd like to place before you the log, which is now Defendant's 1006. The log indicates that, let's see, you arrived about 4:25?
Objection, please can refresh the memory constantly.
I'm not trying to push his recollection. Well,
Well, what's the question?
The proper way to do this, madam.
What's
you
the,
speaking objections, Your Honor?
what's the question?
Question is, did you arrive at the scene at about 4:25 in the morning?
Yes.
All right. And you left to go downtown to Parker Center at about 12:15.
That's correct.
Now, does the log reflect the time that you left Bundy to go over to Rockingham, and then the time that you came back from Rockingham to Bundy?
No, I checked out with my lieutenant at the scene.
All right, well, now you can look at the log. Did you indicate that? Is that indicated on the log that you left at all?
That wouldn't be indicated on there, no.
So the log indicates what?
When I first arrived at the location and when I left the location for the day.
Does not show the Rockingham sojourn, right?
No, again, that would have been my lieutenant who I checked out with.
Okay. Now, so when you went downtown, were you accompanied by anyone when you went downtown? 12:15?
No, I believe I was alone.
Okay, did you go anyplace else after you left Bundy before heading downtown?
I don't believe so.
You didn't stop by Rockingham at all?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. How long did it take you to get downtown, if you recall?
Perhaps 30, 40 minutes, I don't recall.
All right. At any rate, you went downtown to Parker Center, and that's when you found Mr. Simpson to be cooperative, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us how long you were in Mr. Simpson's presence during that time?
Approximately 3 hours, perhaps a little more.
And of that 3-hour period of time, the time you actually spoke to him was how long?
Spoke to him off and on for much of the time. There was a formal interview process that took a little over 30 minutes.
And I'm talking about the formal interview portion. It's about 33 minutes?
I believe it was, yes.
All right. And during the time that you were with Mr. Simpson and after the formal interview, did you take some blood from him?
I did not.
Jeff, it's all beyond the scope of your right.
I
All of
asked leave of court to make this my witness for that purpose, Your Honor, rather than recalling him.
it.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
May we heard, Your Honor, with regard to that?
Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. About what time did you finish with your contact with Mr. Simpson downtown on June 13th in the afternoon?
Approximately 4 p.m.
And about 4 p.m. in the afternoon?
Approximately, it may have been a little earlier.
Well, didn't you finish about 2:30?
With my contact,
Yes, seeing Mr. Simpson.
I thought I was with him for approximately 3 hours.
And just give us your best recollection then.
Well, my best recollection is
It's all beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Yes,
This is not beyond the scope because we're talking about the time that this detective spent on that day. I'm not allowing him to go into the content of what he did with the defendant. That's beyond the scope.
Thank you.
But as far as his activities where he was at certain times, that's within the scope.
So let's go back over.
I understand the distinction. All right, thank you.
You arrived downtown at Parker Center what time?
I believe it was approximately 1 p.m.
All right. And your best recollection now is how long were you there before you left Parker Center?
Approximately 3 hours.
All right. And when you arrived down, did you meet your...
Not there, as long in the company of Mr. Simpson, I believe it was approximately 3 hours.
Okay. Was that all downtown?
Yes,
Okay. And so would that be at Parker Center?
that's correct.
And were you also in the company of your partner, Detective Van Adder?
For part of that time,
And you went some other place while you were downtown also?
within Parker Center,
In the same area?
within the building.
All right. And there came a time when you concluded with Mr. Simpson for that day, is that correct?
Yes,
That was about 4 o'clock?
I believe it was.
Did Mr. Simpson then leave the building at that point?
Yes,
And during this 3-hour period of time, strike that. After he left the building about 4 o'clock, did you then leave the building shortly thereafter?
sometime after that, yes.
Okay, do you know what time it was you left the building?
I want to say approximately 4:30, perhaps.
About 4:30 p.m.?
Approximately.
Do you have any kind of log or any kind of notes which refresh your recollection regarding this, sir?
I wouldn't have made a recordation of when I left.
And you don't have any time, any report indicating the exact times?
That I left the building?
Yeah, that you finished with Mr. Simpson and left the building?
I wouldn't have done that.
Okay. And when you left the building at about 4:30?
Again, that's an approximate time. I believe it was somewhere in there.
And where'd you go at that point?
I went to 360 North Rockingham.
Went back out to Mr. Simpson's residence, is that correct?
Yes,
And how did you get out there?
I drove.
And were you driving by yourself at this point?
I believe I was.
And did you have some conversation with Detective Van Adder before you went back out to Rockingham?
Yes,
Did both of you then go back out to Rockingham?
yes.
And about what time was it that you arrived back at Rockingham, if you recall?
Approximately 5:15 p.m.
And when you got to Rockingham, was Mr. Simpson at that location?
I don't believe he was there at that time.
Do you recall a time that he came back to Rockingham that afternoon?
I recall him coming there. I don't recall the time.
You have no idea what the time was?
Well, it would have to be after 5:15 and probably before 6:30, somewhere in there.
Somewhere in that time frame?
I believe so.
Again, do you have any reports which refresh your recollection regarding that time?
The time of his arrival?
Yeah, the time that he got back there. Yes.
No.
All right. Now, you told us yesterday on direct examination that you recovered some Reebok shoes from Mr. Simpson's residence there. You recall that?
Yes.
And when you recovered these shoes, Mr. Simpson was there, right?
Yes.
Do you have a report with regard to that that indicates the time of the recovery of these Reebok shoes?
I don't believe there's anything of the time, no.
All right, you have a report, but it doesn't tell the time?
There's a property report, but I don't believe there's a time on it.
All right. Now, these tennis shoes, where were they recovered from?
From the walk-in closet adjacent to the master bedroom?
That's upstairs in the bedroom on Rockingham?
That's correct.
Where, do you recall that all the shoes were like kind of lined up in some kind of symmetrical order, according to color and sort of thing? You recall that?
They were with several shoes, yes, on the floor.
All right, there were some tennis shoes on the floor?
There were tennis shoes also, yes.
And these shoes, based upon your investigation, were important to you, is that correct?
There was a possibility that they would be of some import, yes.
All right. So you asked Mr. Simpson at some point to point out the shoes he was wearing, as you said yesterday, is that correct? Night before?
If you could recall the shoes he was wearing, yes.
All right. And you went and then you picked up these Reebok shoes, right?
Yes.
Was Van Atta present when this took place?
I don't believe so.
Now, with regard to those shoes, did you take those shoes back downtown and book them at Parker Center?
I wouldn't have done that, no.
Pursuant to the Los Angeles Police Department manual, you could have taken the shoes and booked them at some other station, perhaps on your way home, could you not?
No, I could not have.
You could not do that?
Could not have done that.
What does the Los Angeles Police Department manual say about the booking of evidence as soon as possible after it's taken into an officer's possession?
Generally, it says that it shall be booked as soon as possible. That manual is a guide and to be interpreted as such to assist us to do our job in a uniform manner. It's not possible at all times to do exactly what the manual says.
All right. Right now, we're talking not the explanation. We're talking about the manual, okay? Now, this manual, are you, well, I'm asking, well,
Well, at this point,
Thank
it's
you.
not a question. Rephrase the
okay, let
question,
me phrase the question.
please.
Thank you, Ed. Are we talking about section 510.10 of the manual?
I'm aware of the content, Counselor. I haven't memorized the section.
All right, well, let me read this to you and see if this refreshes your recollection.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. That's not the appropriate way. If you
All
want
right.
to show it to him.
Sure, Your Honor.
I returned that back to the chief's office after we borrowed it.
Your Honor, this is
What counsel would have. It's not amended.
All right.
What section of the manual, and I want to show it to him.
Your Honor.
Ask him.
If it's not the actual manual, we have a manual available, don't we? Why don't we pass this topic?
All right. I'll see if we can get the manual. The section of the manual we're talking about deals with booking of evidence and non-evidence generally, does it not?
I believe it may, yes.
And doesn't it indicate to you that an employee seizing or taking custody of evidence shall ensure it's properly booked?
Sustained.
Now, well, I can ask him about his recollection of what it says, Your Honor.
You can.
Doesn't the manual indicate that you shall book evidence seized without unnecessary delay? Isn't that what the manual says?
It states that, but that is in fact a
Can you
guide.
just answer, is that what the manual says?
Wait.
Explain.
He's entitled to finish his question. Don't argue with witness.
Okay, I won't, Your Honor, but I'd like to be responsive to the court.
No,
wishes.
he is. He's answering the question.
All right. Can you
And I
proceed?
think we're all agreed, as a general policy, evidence should be booked as soon as possible.
All right. Thank you. I want him to say that, Your Honor, not you.
Well, he
but that's
said that
okay.
already
All right.
twice.
All right. So now, in that regard, so you're aware of that on June 13th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to the taking of these particular shoes, you did not book those shoes anyplace that night, did you?
That night, I couldn't have, no.
You took those shoes home to Simi Valley with you?
That's correct.
You put them in the back of the police car?
In the trunk.
The back of the trunk of the car?
They were
Did you
placed in a cardboard box that went into the trunk, yes.
did you examine them visually when you first took them from the
Yes.
closet? And then where'd you get this box that you put them in?
I had a box in the trunk of my vehicle.
All right, and you took the shoes, and then you put them in the box, and then you took the box, put it in the trunk, I presume, and took it home, right?
That's correct.
Did you, on June 14th or sometime after that, book those shoes in the property evidence?
No.
When did you ever book the shoes?
No, I turned the shoes over to Greg Matheson, the criminalist, to be examined, and then he would turn them over and to be booked.
And when did you turn the shoes over to Greg Matheson?
I believe it was approximately 7:30 a.m. on the morning of the 14th of June, 94.
Do you have a report with you today that details this information you're just talking about?
There wouldn't be any report that details that, possibly a log entry, but there wouldn't be any report.
All right, do you have a log entry that tells us this?
I could look, I don't know.
Can you look?
Yes, there's a log entry of June 14th at 7 a.m.
Can I approach you?
You may.
Again, what are we referring to, sir?
Referring to turning over the Reebok shoes that you're asking me about.
And the book we're referring to is your homicide manual?
It's the chronological record.
Well, does it say anything about shoes on here?
No, it says evidence.
Just says Ray evidence, right?
That's correct.
Doesn't say anything about any Reebok shoes, does it?
Doesn't say anything about Reebok shoes, but that was when I turned them over.
All right, do you show, let's look at this log while we're here. Does it show on this log what time it was that you got back to the Rockingham residence?
Back to the Rockingham residence?
Or got
From-
from Parker Center, do we have an indication of that?
On the 13th?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
And what time is it?
It's at 5:20 p.m. on the 13th.
All right, Detective Lang, is there a knob there, a knurled knob, the second one there? Yeah, is that what's the problem?
It's loose down in here. That may be better.
All right.
So your chronological record indicates that about 5:20 on June 13th, you came back with the search warrant at 360 North Rockingham?
I believe the warrant had already been served. I came to that location to assist in the service.
All right, and do you know how long you stayed at the location that day, at the Rockingham location?
Approximately 6:30, I guess, perhaps 6:45.
All right, and you have an independent recollection that, were we talking about evidence here on June 14th at 7 o'clock in the morning, that you recall turning these Reebok tennis shoes over to Matheson?
Yes, I do.
And you know what he did with them at that point? What Matheson did with the shoes?
Yes, I requested a phenol or presumptive tests on reddish stains that I observed on the shoes, and he performed that examination.
He did that on that date?
Yes,
And the shoes still booked in evidence now?
yes.
All right. And do you know the evidence number of those particular shoes?
Not offhand. That would be on the property report.
At the time you gave him those shoes, master, on June 14th at about 7 o'clock in the morning, did you give him any other items of evidence at that point?
I don't believe so.
That's all you gave?
That's my recollection.
Now, with regard to other evidence in this particular case, did you recover at the Bundy scene some change that was in the rear area near the Jeep vehicle?
No.
Did you see some change back there?
Yes, I believe that was recovered by the criminalist.
And was the change ever booked into evidence?
I believe it was.
And who booked that evidence?
I believe it was criminalist Funk.
Now, would the criminalist book that, or would that be booked under your direction as the investigator?
The criminalist would have tagged it and had it photographed, collected it, and booked it.
Now, you saw it, though, that night, is that correct?
Yes, it was pointed out to me when I first arrived
By whom?
by Detective Phillips.
And so that we have a word picture. Can you tell us where this was located?
The two coins were located in the rear driveway area near the Jeep Grand Cherokee that belonged to the victim.
All right, and Phillips had shown you this, Eddie?
He pointed them out, yes.
Okay, do you ever see any photographs of this, of these coins that were on the, in that rear walkway?
I have.
And did they appear to be over a tire track area? You recall that?
I don't recall that.
Just a second, Your Honor. I'd like to mark as defendant's next in order 2 photographs and
1032.
maybe I'll mark them
1033.
1032 and 1033, Your Honor.
Have you shown those to Ms. Clark?
1032, 1033. Show them to counsel. I'd like to place before you, if I can, Exhibits G 1032 and 1033. Ask you, first of all, let's look at 1032. Can you see what's depicted there in 1032?
It's 1032 here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it appears to be a dime and a penny.
And do you recall that appears to be a fair and accurate portrayal of the way the dime and the penny appeared when you saw it, when Philip showed it to you at the Bundy location?
I don't recall.
All right. Look at 1033 and tell us what you see there, 1033.
Also a dime and a penny with a, looks like a photographer's rule alongside.
All right. Do you recognize that dime and that penny depicted there?
I recognize a dime and a penny, and from that I'd assume that that would be the coins located at the rear.
Well, so that we're clear, did you see 2 dimes and 2 pennies or 1 dime and 1 penny?
My recollection is 1 dime and a penny.
Now, I want you to look, first of all, at 1033. There appear to be tire track marks on that photograph. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and the penny seems to be right over the end of the tire track marks. You see that?
Yes.
Is that the way that appeared when you saw that on June 13th, 1994?
In this photo here,
Yes, sir.
I would
It has a
say
ruler.
this is the way it would appear. Yes.
Okay. Now I want you to,
Indicating which one?
that's 1033, I believe, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Frank. Now I want you to look at 1032. We put them on the Elmo, Your Honor. And I want the dime and the penny in that photograph appears to be in a different location. But you see tire track marks under that also? You see them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall ever seeing a dime and a penny in that particular location?
No.
All right. In reviewing your reports, do you recall the total amount of change booked at the time this evidence was recovered?
I believe it was 11 cents.
All right. So under that scenario, this would be the same dime and penny, right?
I would assume that, yes.
Okay. May I put some on here? I'd like to, first of all, put 1032 on the wall. And Detective Lang, you see right where the penny is? You see those marks right under that? Those appear to be track marks, tire track marks?
Appears they could be, yes.
Okay, and the 118A, that little card there, what does that, is that an LAPD evidence card?
That would be the criminalist identification card taken for the benefit of the photograph.
All right. And by the way, did you have a tire track expert come out and look at any of the tire tracks that may or may not have been at the rear of that location?
No.
Never did that?
No.
Never been done to this day?
No.
All right, let's take a look at 1033. Now this is 1033 with the penny kind of right on the edge of, again, what appears to be some tire track marks. Do you see those?
Yes.
Do you see that little ruler there?
Correct.
Have you seen a ruler like that before?
Yes.
Now what is that?
That's a photographer's rule.
All right, and that's the kind of photographer's ruler that's used by the Los Angeles Police Department?
It appears to be.
All right, and I'd like to put those two photographs in juxtaposition to each other, right side by side. All right. We do that? Put 1032 and 1033. Now, can you look and see the tire track marks on both those photographs?
Yes.
They appear to be consistent in 1032 and 1033? So there's one tire track mark there?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm asking if he knows.
Problem with the photographs as well as with the expertise, Your Honor.
I'm asking if he knows.
Foundation.
Sustained
The,
without further foundation.
all right, you've been a homicide detective, as we've established, for 20-some years, is that correct?
Approximately 20 years.
And in the course of your experience as a homicide detective, you've dealt in other cases with tire tracks,
I have.
scenes of crimes, have you not?
I have.
And you're familiar with the patterns made by different kinds of vehicles as they leave tire tracks, are you not?
No.
You're not familiar at all with that?
I'm familiar that tires leave patterns, not with the vehicles.
All right, well, let's talk about tires leaving patterns. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And you have in the past called upon other people in the police department to take photographs of tire tracks. You use those in evidence in other cases?
That has happened, yes.
All right, over the course of your 20-year experience?
Yes.
And given all your experience in looking at these tire track marks depicted on 1032 and 1033, first of all, you... First, 1033. In 1033, you do see tire track marks in that, don't you?
Yes.
And in 1032, do you see tire track marks?
Yes, I do.
And you've already told us that they booked 11 cents in connection with this case. Does it appear to you in these two photographs, placed in juxtaposition, that the coins have been moved?
If this were a true representation of that mark, it is lined up. The lower one certainly does appear to be closer.
They seem to be closer together, do they not?
Yes.
All right. Now, one of the things that you strive to do as an investigator at the scene is to make sure that evidence is not moved. Isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And if evidence is moved inadvertently, intentionally, or accidentally as part of your training, You log that, or you make a note of that, isn't that correct?
I would probably do that, either that or have it documented such as it is here.
Right, you would document it in some way, is that correct?
If I knew of it, I'd attempt to do that, yes.
Have you seen these photographs before today?
I have seen the photographs, yes.
Have you ever seen them together in juxtaposition like this before today?
No,
You've never?
no.
At the scene, at the Bundy crime scene, when you were present when these bodies were moved, the bodies of Mr. Simpson and Mr. Goldman, do you recall seeing the evidence moved at the time the bodies were moved?
At that time, no, it was subsequent to that.
All right, at that time, you didn't see it?
I didn't see them being moved, no.
I mean, evidence being moved we're talking about.
I didn't physically see evidence being moved, no.
Okay. If you'd seen the evidence being moved, you would have made a note of it, would you not have?
Either a note or documented it in some other fashion, such as a photograph,
All right, you would have tried to make some recordation of that, isn't that correct?
more than likely.
But you didn't do that in this case, right?
I didn't.
You did
I
not do
did.
that. You did not note that in this case, did you?
I did note those coins at the time
Okay.
in the rear.
Now, I want to show you one other photograph, 1034, with regard to the coins and their approximate location to the Jeep, and I'll show it to council.
All right, that's next in order.
There's in the foreground here, by the way, there's no question this is a black Jeep, right?
I believe that's the Jeep, yes.
Yeah. So now, and you know generally, because you were shown by Phillips where those coins were, can you point on that photograph 1034 and show us generally where those coins were recovered? Can you do that?
If people have an objection, I don't mind.
Yeah, no, speaking of objection,
Photograph that has-
can he answer my question first?
What's the objection?
The objection is that this photograph is misleading.
So, can he answer?
Overruled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any coins in here.
You see well, first of all, my question was this. Is that the general area where those where the coins were recovered, is that depicted in that photograph, sir? The general area?
Yes, that's vague.
Overruled.
The general area as to the north side of the vehicle, are you referring to?
Yes, sir.
I believe so.
All right, it was recovered from the north side of the Jeep vehicle, is that right?
I believe so. I could check the property report and get an exact location.
Do you want to
for
do that? Why don't you do that for me?
If you would like me to.
Can you, if that's okay with the court? Yes.
Yes.
Certainly.
Have you uncovered the property report?
Yes.
And, may we read it, Your Honor? Now, I'd like you to read that to yourself and see whether or not, if you read that, you can look at this photograph 1034 and see whether or not this is the general area depicted in this photograph 1034 where this dime and this penny was recovered.
Yes, it appears to be that general area.
All right, and what is your report? What is your the correct recollection indicate to you?
About what?
What does your fresh recollection indicate to you about where the dime and penny were recovered?
Approximately 6 feet east of the west edge of the driveway and 3 feet north of the north wall.
And, Your Honor, that's 1034 I'm asking to put on the Elmo at this point. All right. And that area we've asked you, that's the general area where this dime and penny were recovered, right?
I believe so.
By the way, do you recall that on or about August 27th, 1994, that we saw you at the scene, that you were at the scene of the Bundy location, and I was there with some other individuals? Do you recall that?
I believe that might have been the date, yes.
And do you recall that one of our investigators, Mr. Pavlik, pointed out some change that was inside the garage area on that particular day? Do you recall that?
Change?
Yes, pennies, dimes, or something on the ground.
I recall a cigarette butt that he might have pointed out. There may have been a penny, I don't recall it.
Do you recall there may have been some change also pointed out?
There may have been a penny or something. I do specifically recall a cigarette butt.
All right, it had not been booked, isn't that correct?
The cigarette butt?
Yes.
No.
And the penny hadn't been booked either, if there was a penny there?
No.
Now, also, by the way, while we were inside the Bundy location on August 27th, 1994, do you recall being pointed out to you a dark blue or black knit cap? Remember that?
Seems to me there was a cap up in one of the kids' rooms, yes.
Yes, it was outside one of the kids' rooms on one of the landings. Do you recall that?
It was, I believe it was in a box, yes.
Okay, if I were to show you a copy of the log, perhaps this will refresh your recollection regarding this. I'll show this to counsel for 1219. Give that. Counsel, I'd like to approach. I'd like for you to refer to this particular report regarding the August 27th time that we were at Bundy. Read that to yourself, first of all, and see whether or not that refreshes your recollection.
Just the first paragraph?
Yes, first paragraph, I'm sorry. You read it?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That I asked you, along with a man by the name of John McNally, we inquired about a black ski cap in a box in the hallway. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was outside of the young lady's room, Sydney's room, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And by the way, was that black ski cap booked after we pointed it out to you?
No. I had no reason to book it.
But you did see it there, did you?
You pointed it out to me. Yes, I did.
All right. Now, with regard to a plastic heart, do you recall seeing a small plastic heart, item 288, somewhere recovered at the Bundy location, somewhere near the rear of the Bundy location?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as our next exhibit, if we might. 1035. Where did you see this plastic heart, if you recall, sir?
It was somewhere in the vicinity of the vehicle, also in the driveway.
Was that near where this change was?
I think it may have been on the other side of the vehicle.
All right, it was somewhere back near the vehicle, though, but maybe it was on the south side of the vehicle?
Perhaps.
All right, I'm going to approach you and show you this plastic heart and ask you whether, as pictured here, this is a fair and accurate portrayal of the way this heart appeared, sir.
Yes, it appears to be.
All right. Now, when you saw that, when did you see it?
That would have been on the initial walkthrough.
Now, when Phyllis was showing you what was taking place?
Yes,
On June 13th?
that's correct.
And did you have that item booked into evidence?
It was booked, yes.
And by the way, now you saw it on June 13th.
can you look in your reports and tell us what date was that item booked into evidence?
It was sometime after the 13th because I held this item out.
And I understand that. My question was, what date was that item booked into evidence?
I don't know.
Can you look at your reports and tell us?
I could go through them, several pages,
Could you do that for us?
certainly.
I'd like to show you the item here. All right. This is 1035. Found here, South Side. Okay, I'm sorry. It's item 288. 288. I thought I'd said that earlier. I'm sorry.
That item was booked on August 25th.
August 25th, 1994?
Yes,
This is an item that had been recovered and seen by you on June 13th,
yes,
not booked till August what?
25th,
By you, is that correct?
yes.
Now, that would be contrary to the policy expressed again in your manual to book this evidence as soon as possible. Isn't that correct?
It would
Answer that yes or no, please.
Objection, if the witness needs to explain.
Wait, no. Yes or no?
I don't believe I can answer that one way or the other because, again, the manual is a policy, but it's just a guide.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, but I would like to see if you can answer this question yes or no. I'll try to ask it again. An item,
Objection, Your Honor, you just said you couldn't.
I want to rephrase the question. Thank you, Your Honor. This item, number booked as by you, number 288, our number 1035, was shown to you in the walkthrough by Phillips in the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994, correct?
Yes,
You were aware of it, pictures were taken of it. It was not booked until the latter part of August of 1994, is that correct?
that's correct.
Would you agree with me that that does not seem to be immediate booking? Would you agree with that initially?
It's not immediate booking, that's correct.
Does the property division of the Los Angeles Police Department that is downtown here in downtown Los Angeles, does it close or when at particular hours, there are certain hours when the property division is open for booking evidence?
Yes,
And if you recovered evidence in the middle of the night, your testimony, there's no procedure by which an officer can book evidence that is recovered in the middle of the night when the property hours, irregular property hours?
the evidence control unit is closed. There is a property division downtown that is staffed 24 hours a day.
So if you wanted to book something, you could book it 24 hours a day?
Ostensibly, yes.
You got a DR number and you could then take it down and book it if you wanted to, isn't that right?
Yes,
This item was booked by you on what date, August what?
It was booked by Detective Payne on August 25th.
But Detective Payne works for you, does he not?
He works with me. He's assigned to this investigative effort, yes.
Now, let's turn our attention back to the Bundy scene. Do you recall at what time it was that the criminalists arrived at Bundy, from where I believe you told us they were at Rockingham?
What time they arrived at the Bundy location from Rockingham?
Yes, sir.
I believe I testified to approximately 10:10 a.m.
All right, and did you review that on the log at all? See whether or not that was accurate? You have it up there?
Yes.
And what does the log indicate?
Log indicates 10:15 a.m.
All right, and that's, so we're clear, that's when this lady whose name was Ratcliffe and followed by her associate, Mr. Jacopo, arrived shortly after her. Well, strike that. That's when Fung and Mazzola came over from the Rockingham location, right?
That's when they arrived at Bundy. That's correct.
All right, and by the time they got there, the two people from the coroner's office, Ratcliffe and Jacopo, had already been there, isn't that correct? They were already there?
They were still there, yes.
All right. And the bodies had not been moved at this point, is that correct?
I believe that process had started.
Have you ever seen a video of the sequence of events that took place that early morning hours vis-a-vis the arrival of the coroner's representatives and then the arrival of the criminalists from Rockingham?
I recall some video that's been played on the on television several times, different pieces put together.
All right, have you ever seen that?
Yes.
All right, and the parts that you saw, do they refresh your recollection at all about whether or not the bodies had been moved by the time that Fung and Mazzola arrived at Bundy from Rockingham?
Again, I believe they were in the process of doing that at the time.
All right. And when you say in the process, were they both, with both the bodies still in place at that point, had not been actually moved, sir?
I believe Mr. Goldman was the not sure about the other victim. As far, it was pretty close as far as Fung's arrival time and to the time that the Simpson victim was put on the plastic sheet. It was pretty close around in that time, so I'm not exactly sure.
You're not exactly sure. Well, perhaps we can make that clear for you later. With regard to this Mr. Jacopo, Jacobo, Jacobo, he was attired or dressed in some kind of a blue jumpsuit that said coroner on the back. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you noted that as he dealt with these bodies, you saw Mr. Jacopo and also Miss Ratcliffe with gloves on their hands. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And did you have some gloves on your hands at that time?
I believe so.
And you saw them handle both bodies in sequence. In fact, they handled the body of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson first, then they moved their attention to the body of Mr. Goldman. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes.
And you noted at the time that Jacopo did not change his gloves after handling Mrs. Simpson's body when he then proceeded to handle Mr. Ron Goldman's body. Isn't that correct?
I noted at the time.
Yes. Did you notice that as you were standing there and watching them?
That he did not change his gloves?
Yeah. That he used the same gloves with regards to handling both bodies.
What's the objection? Sustained.
Well, did you note that? Did you see whether or not Mr. Jacobo changed gloves after he finished handling Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body if she was the first body handled?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Did you participate in handling the bodies?
Once again, perhaps I might have assisted moving them. I don't have a specific recollection. I don't believe I did, but I can't rule that out because there was a lot going on and someone may have needed a little assistance on something. I just don't have a specific recollection.
Were you wearing gloves?
Once again, I believe I was.
did you change gloves? If you handled the first body, the Simpson body, did you change gloves before you handled the Goldman body?
That's not evidence, it states of testimony.
If he, it's not mistaken, if he remembers, Your Honor.
You can answer the question.
I don't recall handling the bodies. I don't recall if I had changed gloves at that location either.
Did you see or ever see that after Mr. Goldman's body was laying in a supine position, that one of the coroner's representatives had taken their gloves and dropped them on the body? Did you ever see that photograph?
I have seen that photograph,
And,
yes.
and I'd like to bring this photograph up at this point and mark it. This will be the defendant's 1036, Your Honor. We'll have to try to front of that thing. Yeah. You got the feet on this one, Mayor, please. Now, you see those gloves on Mr. Goldman's body there?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that scene on that particular date?
Again, I don't have a specific recollection of those gloves being like that.
You know that's Mr. Goldman's body, don't you?
Yes.
And you see that lady's feet standing on that sheet of plastic there?
Yes.
Her feet? Those are the feet of Miss Radcliffe from the coroner's office. Isn't that correct?
I believe so.
You recognize those are shoes she was wearing that day?
I can't say I recognize the shoes, but I believe that to be her.
All right. And do you recall whose gloves those are that are Mr. Goldman's body?
I could only make an assumption that they belong to the coroner's investigator.
Objecting to.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
Speculation.
Sustain and should be stricken.
Now, with regard to those gloves, do you know whose gloves those are?
No.
And you recall seeing that particular picture, what's depicted there?
Yes.
And when you saw that particular picture, think back for me, was Jacobo wearing gloves when he handled these two bodies?
I don't recall if he was or not.
All right. And do you recall at some point Radcliffe was in fact wearing gloves when she was handling the two bodies?
I, again, would assume that. I didn't check them for gloves or make note of that.
At some point, did you see her take her gloves off and drop them on Mr. Goldman's body?
No.
Do you know what the coroner's procedure is with regard to taking gloves that apparently have some blood on them and placing them on the bodies of victims? You know what their policy is regarding that?
What the coroner's policy
Yes.
is regarding that? I don't even know if there is a policy regarding that.
When you saw these gloves placed on Mr. Goldman's body like that, did you say anything to Ms. Radcliffe?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain it's facts, assuming facts not in evidence.
He said he saw it, Your Honor.
So you've seen the photo.
Well, no, well, thank you, Your Honor. Did you ever you've seen this photograph that's depicted there, right?
Yes.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the way that scene was that day?
It appears to be Mr. Goldman's body. I don't recall seeing the gloves.
On that particular day?
That's correct.
Who took that photograph?
I would imagine it's one of our photographers.
And didn't Rokar?
It's probably Rokar.
And didn't you direct the photographs to be taken there at the scene that day?
In a general sense, certainly, yes.
And you were standing right there when the photographs were taken, weren't you?
Not necessarily. If, by way of explanation, when we have the bodies out like this, most of our photographers have been through this before, and they'll work also with the coroner's investigators, getting various views of various injuries on the bodies. I may or may not have directed this specific photograph. I was doing many other things.
So you don't recall?
I don't recall seeing those gloves.
But you know that's an LAPD photograph taken on June 13th, 1994, of Mr. Goldman's body with Ms. Radcliffe standing right next to him, right?
I would say it is, yes.
Now, and I may have asked you this. If I do, I apologize. Did you ever take this man Rokar, the photographer, inside the interior of the house Now, other than that kitchen area, did you ever take him upstairs and have him take any pictures of anything you saw inside that house?
Sustained.
I apologize in advance.
And I'll sustain the objection again.
All right, good. I won't ask that. With regard to Rokar, he doesn't come out and just start taking pictures. He takes pictures under direction of the investigating officers, right?
As a general rule, yes.
Now, with regard to this Jeep that was at the rear of the vehicle, you testified yesterday that the Jeep had the passenger side door was partially ajar of the Jeep. Is that correct?
It was cracked open. It wasn't really ajar. It was cracked, but still not ajar, but slightly cracked open, I'd say.
All right. Did you have any pictures taken of that door so we can see how it actually looked?
I believe there were pictures taken of it.
Do you have one showing the door ajar or cracked open at all?
I know there's photographs of that side of the vehicle. I don't know if one shows it ajar.
All right, that's what I'm trying to find out. Is there such a photograph?
Well, I would have to look at the photographs.
Well, perhaps when we take our break, you can help us with that.
Certainly.
Now, speaking of cars being parked, at the Rockingham location yesterday, you talked about the Bronco being parked in a fashion that was askew, or whatever words you use. How would you describe the way the Bronco was parked when you first saw it?
The rear end of the vehicle appeared to be jetting out in the street more than the front end, and parked at an angle in towards the curb, facing northbound.
And yesterday, we saw a picture during the presentation by the prosecution. I'd like to see that picture again. I don't see John here.
You're looking for?
We're looking for the one for the Bronco. Right. The curb.
No, I understand.
They're not on the work encumbrance.
I understand that we all have the same set of photos. I'm just wondering if somebody recalls what number in evidence it was.
Yes. This is in cross-examination also. Direct examination. 62E. We have to call that up. Picture, photograph was used. What? Is there a print 62E?
It's on one of the posters.
We got a direct examination yesterday, Your Honor. I'm trying to see if we can find it.
It's on a board.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Reporter, 3 o'clock. What's today? Well, that's right. I'm sorry. All right. All right, counsel, the court reporter reminds me that I promised to quit at 4 today, and so I have to take my break now. I need to take my recess at this point for the court reporters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Ask you to step back into the jury room. And we will stand in recess for 15 minutes. And Detective Lang, you may step down. Anything we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to rejoin us?
Okay. Mark, you showed the video.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Detective Lang, step out here.
Well, isn't he the one who's going to lay the foundation for this?
What's the point?
Well,
Shock value?
I'll have to say it. Say it. I mean.
Right.
When it comes to a part where I don't necessarily want to show, I'll try to let Your Honor know and see if we can cut through that.
Well, we got color bars.
I don't want to show this to him. Yeah. You recognize that gentleman there?
Now, who is? One on the left?
Yes, one with all that hair. Very good. All right. You recognize those two? Yeah. Is that Phillips and Rogers? Yeah. On the record here?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I think they're.
Why don't you use the microphone, Detective Lane? We're actually reflect we're viewing a videotape at this time.
Now, you recognize that lady?
That's Ratcliffe on the left.
As far as ladies?
Yes.
This be a time when you are telling what you have here?
Yes,
That Phillips in the foreground?
yes,
What time would that be? Shortly after 9 o'clock that you arrived at 9:10?
I'd say so, yes.
Now, that sheet that's over the body, that's, that sheet that you're handling there, is that the body of Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes,
And are you showing the back at that point to her?
I don't know if it's the back at that point or possibly, I don't know for sure what I'm doing there. It's hard to see.
So it's Nicole Brown Simpson's body, and you're talking to Ratcliffe, and you're over the body, but it's still in that fetal position, right?
Yes,
With the arrival of the county coroner's office with Jacobo,
yes,
that would be a few minutes after she came at 9:10,
yes,
about 9:20, 9:25 perhaps?
something like that.
What time would your estimate be there? This is now.
Perhaps 9:15.
Who's he talking to? Who's he logging in with? Is that Cummings? No?
I don't know.
Is that Ratcliffe up in the back?
Yes,
Is that 873?
yes,
That's the Nicole Brown Simpson's body.
yes.
You talking to Lieutenant Rogers there?
Yes,
You remember what time that was approximately?
I have no idea.
Those are the prep technicians in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
You know what time that was?
No,
You're not interested in this part. This part I don't. Now that, you know, that officer is the African-American officer who died today.
I recognize it. Sergeant Palmer.
That's Palmer,
Yes,
Sergeant Palmer.
yes,
Body's still there at this point?
yes.
All right, now that, you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, that's me.
What do you have in your hand?
Gloves.
What's your recollection?
No.
Body's still there at this point?
Yes.
Recognize each person's depicted here? You just walking out? Who's that in that jet? Who's in that light color jet? Is
Appeared to be the photographer.
that Rokar or somebody else?
I believe it's Rokar.
What's happening now? Is that the plastic you're talking about?
Yes,
This is regarding this Simpson product.
I believe so.
Who moved this?
Your Honor, I'd like to see the whole,
I think you have a copy of this whole thing. This is not, I'll show the part that I would show. You can look at it all the time. First body move was Mr. Simpson's body.
Yes,
You can go through this body, move body. Is that road car there, with the white hair?
yes.
Skip to this part. Lieutenant Roberts is in here if you hear. Who's that going through there now? Without barehanded. Is that fun?
Right to left?
Yeah, get back of that. You may have missed. Yeah. That's you, is that?
Yes.
Now who's that?
Fung.
Barehanded?
Appears to be.
Are you writing notes there?
Yes,
Some of the notes you have in that book there?
I believe so.
What time of day is it? This is probably. We can skip to the. What time of day is that?
It's probably about 10:40, 10:45 perhaps.
Okay.
Maybe later.
That's it. I think these are the witnesses who are now making statements. Did you tell on there, fresh recollection at all that the liver temperature of Mr. Goldman was taken there? So you have a recollection of that now?
at all?
I don't see that on there, but I believe that's where it was.
All right, is there an objection to this?
Yeah, we still have a problem with the time and with the angle. We have a problem with depth perception. This is a telescopic lens. Obviously, there was no media allowed inside the crime scene tape. And the problem is with distortion, as well as the lack of foundation.
Well, that goes to weight, not necessarily lay a foundation, but the cameraman to take contemporary so you know what time it goes. If you want 9:10, 9:10 is about 10:30. It's absolutely clear. Pictures are clear. We want to show nothing objectionable. And I want to cut out anything either about moving bodies. I don't think that's necessary. I think we're just laying a foundation to deal with bodies.
When do you intend on doing this?
This afternoon, if I can.
How do we do it without showing all the extraneous stuff and fast forwarding?
I can ask my experts about that and find out.
Why not?
Can you, may I check, please, Counsel?
No, may I make an objection, please, counsel? Under 356, I think that it all ought to be shown, instead of having portions cut out, so that the jury gets a more complete picture. It's still distorted. And under 352, even though, this is a weight and admissibility issue, there comes a point after which it's simply misleading. And this...
What is misleading about the videotape?
Yeah, first of all, we have, as we know, Your Honor, already, it's clips pasted together. It's also taken from an angle that completely leaves out the depth, and it's incomplete because you can't see where the people are standing or the surface on which they're standing. All that's going to happen is the jury is going to be misled into believing they're standing on bloody areas or contaminating evidence when they're really not, because the lack of depth in this photograph, because it is distorted, because it is done obviously from a distance with a zoom lens, misleads the jury completely. Under 352, you have a situation where the picture not only does not speak for itself, but speaks to a set of events that are very different from what the reality was. So you have a misperception created by the lack of depth shown, and you have clips pasted together that leave out significant events that is going to give a misimpression to the jury about what was going on there.
With regard to the people.
Excuse me, Mr. Cochran, let me just
Sure.
ask a few questions of counsel. The clips, you're right, the camera seems to move several times. It seems to be from different locations and/or zooms. And then obviously it's different in time because there's a difference in where cars are parked. I mean, I can sense that. But is what is actually depicted, my recollection of what was just shown to us is Mr. Cochran was concentrating on 3 specific times. The arrival of the coroner's personnel, he was concentrating on the removal of the body of Nicole Brown Simpson, and then the removal of the body of, or the moving of the body and removal of the Ronald Goldman.
And the people's point is multiple with respect to that, Your Honor.
Let's just flesh out the clips, the 356 issue. You're saying that you object that it's just clips put together and you would want the whole videotape played under 356? That's one objection that you're making?
One objection I'm making is if the court deems this to be admissible despite the people's other objections to it, that at least the entire clip be shown so that everything is placed in context.
Right, that would make it the entire shot, not the entire clip.
Yes.
All right. Is that available, the entire video?
Yes, and we show, what you just saw there? Yeah, let me show you whatever we got. You want the interviews and everything?
No, I mean, I'm asking, is the videotape, is there a continuous videotape or does it just start and stop? Does the camera person start and stop the video?
This is the video that we have, Your Honor. This is not put together from something else.
This is one source, Your Honor. This is one source, not your honor. That's one source, one video, which you just see here.
Or is there anything left out or that's been edited?
No.
It's obviously been edited.
Not the
court can see
edited,
it.
Your Honor. That doesn't help us. Obviously, she doesn't know what she's talking about, Your Honor. We have no objection if she wants to show
Well,
the entire.
counsel, when you videotape something, when you start and stop and you elect not to photograph something and to tape other things, that's editing.
Yeah, how is that different from a photograph?
No, I'm just, counsel, I'm not hearing from you yet, Mr. Cochran. I'm just asking informational questions. What I want to hear from, I'm trying to figure out what the objections are at this point. All right, I accept the representation that is from one source, and that, let's assume that the camera person shot and then turned off and then shot some more and moved around different angles, that sort of thing. All right. So if I overrule your objection, you're saying we should watch the whole thing?
Yeah, if it's going to be shown, then it should all be shown.
Okay. Now, what's your
Obviously
objection?
not the interviews of the witnesses.
All right,
The other
then,
objection is that even if we do, the problem with the entire tape is that we have a distortion that is irremediable. The distortion occurs because whoever is shooting it is shooting it from an obvious distance and doing it with a zoom lens. What that does is it deprives the view of depth. And so what you have is people looking like they're on top of each other, and they're not. It's a small space, but everybody is in a particular place, and it is very misleading to the jury, making it look as though there's a crowding effect that there wasn't. It also is misleading to the jury because it does not depict all of the areas that were free of blood where the people were standing. And so the jury is led to believe, based on what they see with this lack of depth, with this lens, that they are standing in blood that they're not standing in.
but let me ask you this then, Ms. Clark. How is the jury going to be misled when we have the overview photograph of the steps with Nicole Brown Simpson at the bottom of the steps, correct? And you can see that there are areas on the stairway that is not covered in blood. And we know the testimony from the officers, the first officers and Detective Lang, that they did in fact go up and down that stairway, being careful not to step on the bloody areas, correct?
The problem is that those photographs are not evident in this videotape. And this videotape, the way it's shot, because it is shot from a distance, makes it appear that you almost can't tell that there are steps from this videotape.
Mm-hmm.
But that photograph is not present in this videotape, and you can't see where these people are standing. So to put the photograph, it's impossible to put the photograph together with the videotape to allow the jury to understand that where they're standing is no blood.
Mr. Harris, how long is the tape in its entirety, its entire running time?
I believe it's about a total of 14, 15 minutes.
All right, Mr. Cochran, do you have enough time to see? What I'm going to need to do is sit down and watch this thing in its entirety and carefully evaluate. I've seen this once now.
Oh, sure, I have enough, Your Honor. The point, I'd like to, may I address this? Yeah?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Any photograph, Your Honor, there's a depth perception problem. They've talked about this even in their own photographs. The pictures they have up there of the blood spot and the nearest footprint, there's a depth perception problem. There's a depth perception problem with regard to how the Bronco is parked. That's always a problem. You don't hear us screaming and moaning about that. The question is, you can explain those things. It's not going to be perfect, but there's nothing better than a video. We didn't take this video, and if she wants to show the whole thing, it was through sensitivity that we didn't want to show the whole thing, because I didn't need to show the bodies being drug out of there and that sort of thing. So that's the part I wanted to cut out. I have absolutely no problem with Your Honor doing that. What I do believe is that we've been talking about this for a long time now, so if there's a level of frustration evident, it's because we've been showing this from the very beginning. It is admissible. What counsel is talking about goes to weight. It's her witness on the stand. He's perfectly capable of talking about this. You know the 3 or 4 areas I want to get into, and I think we need to resolve this at some point. But I can proceed on with the cross-examination. I had hoped to, since he's on the stand, to do this toward the end of my examination today. As I said, I'm willing to cut out certain portions, but whatever Your Honor's pleasure is.
Mr. Cochran, I don't see that you're ready to go forward with this today, because to have to then fast forward for this stuff and look through it, it's going to be disjointed, and things will be presented to the jury that perhaps they ought not see. What I would suggest we do is allow the court to carefully review the tape, and over the evening you should prepare an excerpt of each critical scene that you wish to present.
Why don't we, that'll be fine, Your Honor. Why don't you review it? Now, you may disagree with what we come up with. How will we do that? Let's see. I can do that with the areas we've talked about.
All right, we've talked about 3 areas at this point.
Yes, and we can do that and look at those. Are there any others? I'll leave those in, and we can try to do that.
Well, if you recall, tomorrow morning, as I told you, we're going to start with the jury at 11 tomorrow. We have that other in-chambers conference at 10, so why don't we resolve this matter at, say, 9:30?
That's fine.
All right?
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
We'll try to come with a pared-down version.
I'm sorry, Ms. Clark? Sure. Without report. All right, thank you, counsel.
I'll get you a copy for you.
If possible, I would like to see the tape in its entirety so I can take it home tonight and watch it.
Your Honor, this tape that we're watching is already a marked exhibit. It's exhibit number 2. It was played on January 23rd. We have another copy that we can take for this tonight, so you could have this one.
All right, it's my copy to begin with. Court's exhibit.
You have it already?
I'll take it home.
Yes, you have to look at it.
Okay. All right,
Would you
let's.
like a copy of the version we're now, with your permission, editing down for 9 also?
Well, I think our agreement is that tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, you'll file with the court and with the prosecution the excerpts that you intend on presenting. And I think will just make for a cleaner presentation in any event.
Fine, probably a great suggestion. Thank you.
Okay.
We'd like to request that the identity of the cameraman who shot this film, this
Camera
footage,
person.
camera person,
We
who
have it.
shot this footage, be divulged to us for the purpose of calling him to the witness stand,
Or her.
possibly, or her.
You never know these days.
No, I don't, and it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
That's why, it's just a word, Your Honor.
Well, I just think
Right?
you're trying to lure me into some problem here.
We would like to have the
As a matter of discovery, I think they're entitled to know the source of the videotape.
Can counsel please tell us? They've got to know now.
Let me ask, Mr. Blazier, do you have the identity of the video photographer?
I do not personally, Your Honor. I'm not sure that we know that. These are clips that we got, and I'm not sure exactly what the source is. We'll tell them anything we know.
Would this magically appear on their doorstep?
Well, Ms. Clark, it hasn't been presented to the jury yet. Mr. Blazier, over the evening hours, would you make your best efforts to find out who this is? Because I think the prosecution is entitled during any redirect or possibly even calling that photographer as a witness in their case in chief to explain what it is that's there and what the timer means and all the other things. They're entitled to know who took these.
I'll try to track it down.
All right. That's something I'd like to have resolved by tomorrow morning at 9. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, let's resume with the jury, please.
Is there a, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, but if a time was given by which we get that information?
No, I indicated to you, I think you're entitled to know who the photographer is, and you're entitled to potentially interview that person and/or call that person as a witness in your case in chief. I agree. And I told Mr. Blazier to make his best efforts and have that information for me by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Great, that's what I'm doing.
And I would assume we'll be able to find that out by tomorrow morning.
I didn't hear the deadline, that's why it's,
Yeah,
thank you,
okay.
Ron.
Well, sometimes I don't make myself clear. For our jury panel, Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand on cross-examination by Mr. Cochran. Detective Lang, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And you are again reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Cochran, you may continue.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd like at this point to have placed on the Elmo a photograph, which I believe is a duplicate of 62E. And I'll also ask the witness some questions about that. On 62E. Now, can you see that on the on your monitor, Detective Lang?
Yes.
And with regard to Plaintiff's Exhibit 62E for identification, is that a photograph of the way this Bronco was parked that you said was kind of jutting out from the curb?
Yes.
And let's take a look also, as we're looking at 62E, let's look at Defendant's 1037. So,
All right, you're marking this next in order 1037, Mr. Cochran.
yes, Your Honor, I'd ask this to mark as Defendant's 1037, next in order. And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of how this vehicle was jutting out from the curb?
The depth perception isn't all there, but Yes, that appears to be the way it was.
All right, now, when you were at the Rockingham location, you had an officer there or officers there who sought to secure this particular vehicle, isn't that correct?
I believe there were officers there to do that. I didn't speak with them.
All right, and their job, however, was to try and, was one of the officers there Gonzalez and Ashton?
I believe
Those
those were
names?
the names, yes.
And their job was to try to make that vehicle secure until such time as it was to be towed away or impounded or whatever. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to bring up and mark as defendants. We'll call this defendants 1038. Council's now seen that, Your Honor. There's no photographs. I don't have a photograph of this. This is D 1038. May we now show it, Your Honor?
Do we have the ability to print that?
We're going to see. All right, now, Detective Lang, do you see the Bronco there in the foreground?
Yes.
See a tow truck in the rear part of that photograph?
Yes.
See that lady standing up close to the vehicle there?
Yes.
When you had left Rockingham earlier that morning, the officers, Gonzalez and Ashton, were in charge of securing the Bronco and keeping people away from it, were they?
I left approximately 6:45 a.m. I'm not clear on whether or not they'd arrived at that time.
Well, at some point, you became aware that Phillips called for them to come over and provide security at some point. Is that correct?
I don't recall that Phillips did that.
Do you know what time of day that vehicle was towed away ultimately on June 13th?
No.
Do you have any records that assist you in that?
I wasn't at the location. I suppose one could check the impound report.
One could do what?
One could check the impound report. I wasn't at the location, so I don't know.
Could one do that for us right now?
One could.
Okay, I'll ask one to do that.
There going to be a hearsay objection on that? Counsel, please. Certainly. Mr. Harris, were we successful in putting that out? Were we successful? Good. Thank you. Before we spend a whole lot more time on this particular issue, since Detective Lang has testified he wasn't there when it's towed, my inclination is to sustain the hearsay objection.
May I move on to make this?
Please, thank you.
So one of the questions that was Detective Lang. When you left to go back over to the Bundy location in the early morning hours, the vehicle was still as depicted in the photographs we've shown the jury. Is that correct?
They were still at the location, yes.
And although you have some impound reports, you're not the person to tell us what time that vehicle was actually towed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And looking at the photograph on the board that's now been printed, you can't tell us who that lady is, right?
I have no idea.
All right. All right, we'll get the appropriate witness to that. Now, with regard to, I'd like to show counsel a document entitled Crime Scene Investigation Checklist and mark that as defendant's next in order, 1039. Show it to counsel. While she's looking at that, when you were at the Rockingham location, after you'd been told by Phillips, that Furman had told him that Mr. Simpson had been involved in a domestic violence situation early in the morning before you went over there, recall that?
Yes.
How long were you at that location altogether before you left to come back over to Bundy?
I misunderstood. How long was I at Bundy before we left?
No, how long were you at Rockingham before the time you got there to the time you left, how long were you at Rockingham?
Approximately an hour and 40 minutes.
All right, and during this hour and 40-minute period of time, you shared with us some of the events that took place with regard to the notification of the Brown family and other things. You recall that?
Yes.
And you shared with us, I think, yesterday that at some point, Furman came to you and escorted you out and around the garage side of the Rockingham residence. You recall that?
Yes.
And were you the first officer so escorted around there?
No.
Do you remember the sequence of officers, if any, who were escorted around by Furman?
I believe Phillips might have been first, and then Van Adder, and then myself.
And do you have that written down someplace?
No.
If Van Adder's indicated he was first, would he be wrong?
Not necessarily. I just don't have an independent recollection. That's just my belief. I could be wrong.
Trying to get your best recollection now.
That's what I'm giving you.
And your best recollection now is that you believe that Phillips was first? That you were second?
It seemed to be that it might have been that way. Maybe it wasn't. I
don't know,
really
do you?
wasn't paying that much attention. I had other things on my mind at the time.
All right, you had other things on your mind, I understand that. And so as you sit here now, you don't know whether you were second or third, do you?
It seems to me I was perhaps the last one, but I might be mistaken. I don't know.
All right, so how many went back there altogether? You were the last one.
I believe that Phillips, Van Adder, and myself all went back at different times.
So your present recollection is now that you may have been the third officer in the sequence of three taken back by Furman. Is that right?
Again, I believe that's what it was, but perhaps it wasn't. Again, I didn't pay any attention to that.
And you have no report that would refresh your recollection on that, right?
I wouldn't have a report like that.
Now, when you went back to this location, were any photographs taken when you were back there that particular morning?
The photographer hadn't arrived when I was there. I left before the photographer arrived.
So is the answer no, there were no photographs taken?
That's correct.
And you described the area as, what time was it that you were taken back there by Furman?
Approximately 6:25, perhaps. I don't know exactly.
And was the sun up by that time?
It was beginning to get light. A little hard to tell if the sun was all the way up.
All right, you described for us that area was it was dark because of the foliage over there, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have the use of your flashlight when you went back there?
I don't recall if I had my flashlight or not.
How close did you get to the location that Furman was taking you to?
To the glove?
Yes.
Approximately, perhaps 6 feet.
And did you never got any closer than that?
No, I took one look and returned to the front of the house.
You never touched the glove that morning?
No.
In one of the photographs, there's a stick that was somewhere around the location. We saw it briefly yesterday. I'm not sure it was marked. You remember seeing that a stick somewhere out in and around Rockingham that morning?
Yes.
Where was this stick?
There was a piece of splintered wood, if that's what you're referring to, white in color. It was located on the parkway adjacent to the Bronco.
And was this stick ultimately booked into evidence?
Yes.
By whom, if you know?
I wasn't there when it was collected, I'm assuming Fung.
And I believe yesterday we showed some photographs that had some kind of a blue object on the other side of the fence. Do you remember seeing that blue object at all? On the other side of the fence, to the right of the fence at Rockingham?
I didn't recall seeing any blue object when I was there.
And did you see a photograph yesterday that had such a blue object?
I may have seen a photograph.
Does that refresh your recollection at all?
Perhaps if you showed it to me.
I'll mark this as defendant's next in order, Your Honor. I'll show it to counsel. D 1040.
1040.
And I'll mark the stick as D 1041. Show them both to counsel. I place D 1040 on the board, on the elbow. Now, take a look at D 1040. Back it up. Now, was that the approximate location that you recall that you saw this glove in the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994?
It appears to be. That's kind of a close-in shot, but
That's closer than you were to that, is that right?
the shot appears to be closer, yes, if it's
right.
6 feet.
Do you look to the right of that? Do you see some kind of you see a card and then some kind of a blue object to the right of the fence?
Yes.
You remember seeing that morning?
No, I don't.
And so that we're clear, can you look at the board for a minute? Look at the big screen. That area in there is the area that appears to be the blue, kind of blue package or whatever.
Yes.
All right, and then here's some kind of evidence card, is that correct? Can you see that?
Yeah, appears to be an evidence card, yes.
All right, so at some point that blue container was booked, is that correct?
I believe so. I wasn't there, but I believe it was.
All right. Now, with regard to this this glove at that location, do you check? Were you able to find out whether there's any blood or any blood spots around that glove that's indicated in this last exhibit, D40, 1040 rather?
I wouldn't have checked that. That would have been done by the criminalist.
All right, do you know if the criminals did that?
I wasn't there.
All right, do you know any of the reports, as you're the lead investigator in this case, whether or not there are any blood droplets or anything like that in and around this area where this glove was allegedly found?
I don't believe there are.
All right. What about on the fence? Did you find any blood spots or anything? Any smears on this fence to the right of where that glove was allegedly found?
I'm not aware of any.
All right, you're an investigator, right? Still?
I am the investigator at Bundy. We had a bifurcation. Detective Van Adder took Rockingham, and I took Bundy as a crime scene.
But, I mean, I presume in this case, both Bundy and Rockingham are part of this case now, isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And you're one of the investigators. You know what took place at both places, don't you?
I am not as familiar with Rockingham as Bundy because I investigated Bundy and my partner investigated Rockingham.
All right, will Detective Van Adder favor us with his appearance before too long?
I don't know.
All right. But as far as you know, there's no blood on that fence, right?
As far as I know, that's correct.
All right, no blood back in this area, this walkway area, right?
I didn't observe any.
And Van Adder's still your partner in this case, is co-lead investigator, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, with regard to 1041, Your Honor, I'd like to put that up there. I want to ask you whether or not this is the stick that you described out on the parkway?
Piece of the splintered wood that I observed on the parkway, yes.
All right, well, you want to call it splintered wood? Okay. The splintered wood, where did you find this splintered wood on the parkway?
That was the parkway north of the Rockingham gate and adjacent to the Bronco. I guess it would be east of the Bronco.
And that, because of that LAPD ruler there, or whatever was that was a photograph taken by the LAPD, right?
Yes,
And this splintered wood was booked into evidence, was it not?
I believe so.
Were any tests run on that splintered wood?
I believe so.
Was it negative for blood, or do you know?
I believe it was negative for blood as well as prints.
Negative for blood and prints?
I believe so.
By the way, this morning when I was talking to you about these Reebok tennis shoes, you told us that you had these Reebok tennis shoes tested for blood on them. Remember that?
Yes.
There's no blood on those tennis shoes, was there?
No.
You have a report to that effect?
No.
When it's negative for blood, they don't write a report. Is that what happens?
When it's negative for a phenol, that's correct. Presumptive test.
Right. You still have those shoes, do you? In police custody?
I believe they're in evidence.
Now, we've talked about the arrival of the criminalists at the Bundy scene, and we know that at some point, in addition to the criminalists, some technicians came from SID to do the fingerprinting and the dusting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that connection, I'd like to show you People's 84. Ask you some questions regarding that. Do you recognize the young lady in the foreground of People's 84?
Yes.
And she seems to be wearing some gloves in her hands, is that correct?
Yes.
And did she bring those with her, or was this provided by you that morning?
She brought those with her.
And she's wearing, and I don't choose not to use the word booties, she's wearing some covers for her shoes, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Shoe coverings?
Yes.
All right, and that morning out there, as you saw these technicians doing their work, they were garbed in white, with gloves on, and with their shoes covered, is that correct?
Yes.
You didn't see Mr. Fung, the criminalist, with any coverings on his shoes, did you?
No.
Did you see Mr. Fung
Objection made at the time. When?
that morning when he was out there at Bundy?
Overruled.
All right, thank you. Did you never saw Fung with any coverings on his shoes, right? That morning.
I never observed any, no.
Do you recall whether or not he was wearing gloves at any time that morning?
I don't know whether he's wearing gloves or not.
All right. Do you recall whether or not the two individuals from the coroner's office were ever wearing coverings on their shoes that morning, June 13th, 1994?
I don't recall them wearing coverings.
And of course, you were not wearing any shoe coverings yourself.
No.
You ever remember seeing Detective Phillips with any shoe coverings that morning?
No.
Was he wearing gloves at any time that morning?
Generally, if one was going to handle evidence, they'd be wearing gloves, but I don't believe he did. I don't know for sure, though.
All right. What about Furman? You recall him wearing either shoe coverings or gloves?
I don't believe he had shoe coverings, and I don't know about the gloves.
Now, yesterday, you testified about the condition of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's feet, and you were shown some photographs. Did you ever photograph the soles of her feet that particular morning before her body was taken away?
I don't believe there's a direct shot of the soles.
Did you ever walk around and look at the soles of her feet?
Yes.
And how did you accomplish that?
I believe that was at the time that the body was moved.
And with regard to her leg, and I'm referring now to defendants, strike that, plaintiffs 80. I'll put it all on the ground. Plaintiffs 80. That is a photograph of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's lower part of her body and her right and left leg and foot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any direct on shot of the bottom of her feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is that under? Is that her right leg in the foreground?
The foreground is the right leg, yes.
And what is that under the right leg there?
That is a Thai fast food takeout restaurant mailer menu.
All right. And with regard to the leg, as you move up the right leg, there appear to be some marks on the leg, as though was that ever dusted for prints? That part of her leg can you step down and see what I'm circling now? There appear to be some little marks.
The leg dusted for prints?
On the right leg. Was anything dusted in that area?
On the body itself?
Yes, on the body.
No.
Not at all?
No.
All right. So that when that body was taken to the coroner's office, you saw it on the next day. Do you know whether or not the criminalist, Mahaney or anyone else, did anything with regard to what appears to be some spots on the right leg there?
I believe there was blood removed by the criminalist from the leg.
And what criminalist was that?
That would have been Mahaney.
McCaney?
Mahaney.
And do you have a report for that?
I believe so.
Can you find that? Maybe look at it?
Yes.
David, okay. May I approach her?
Yes. Clark? Microphone there.
Document you have before you, it's an indication that some blood testing was done regarding scrapings on the right thigh and right calf by Mahaney?
Of Nicole Simpson, yes.
Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, while you were at the autopsy or sometime we were at the coroner's office, was anything done with regard to the fingernails of Nicole Brown Simpson?
I believe there was samples taken.
Some clippings from under her fingernails?
I believe so.
From both fingernails on both hands or on what hand? Can you tell?
I don't know. I would assume both hands. Without checking, I couldn't tell you.
If you had wanted to have a rape kit done in this particular case, you could have asked the coroner, isn't that correct? The investigating officer?
I suppose I could have asked. I would have had no reason to do that.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking, you had the right to ask if you'd wanted to, isn't that correct?
I suppose I can ask, yes.
All right. You've done that in other cases, have you not?
Cases where rape is fairly obvious, yes.
Well, that's all fine and good. You didn't know what the facts of what had happened out there on June 12th, did you, sir?
Objection, Mr. Amendment.
I'm asking,
That's sustained.
well,
You can rephrase the question.
sir, you didn't know what had happened out there on June 12th, 1994, did you, sir, when you arrived on the scene?
It was evident to me what happened, yes.
It was evident to you what had happened?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson had a visitor that evening after 10 o'clock, a male visitor? Do you know that? Do you know that?
The night of the murder?
Yes.
What's the objection? Overruled.
Do you know that for a fact?
The only male visitor I'm aware of was the other victim.
Do you know whether or not she had any other male visitor that night? Do you know that?
No.
But in your investigative capacity, you decided not to order this rape kit, which you could have ordered. Isn't that correct, sir?
In my observations and my experiences, sex was the last thing on the mind of this attacker. It was an overkill. It was a brutal overkill.
I wasn't asking you
No
about that.
evidence of rape.
I was not
no
asking about
evidence of
that.
sexual assault.
I wasn't asking about that. I asked you if you had the right,
That was responsible.
No.
not responsive. I moved to strike it. It wasn't responsive, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Cochran, I think we're about... You want to just wind it up here?
Yes, I can. Move to strike that last thing, Your Honor. All right. Not responsive.
That was responsible. That was exactly what.
It's not what I asked.
Well, let me see. Let me see. All right. Overruled. Proceed.
All right. Now, with regard to, as an investigator, do you make assumptions and then stay with those assumptions for the entire case? Is that what happens? You figure out and look in your crystal ball of what happened and make your determination and discount everything else? Is that what happens, sir, as an experienced investigator?
Certainly not.
All right. I didn't think so. And with regard to, for instance, these stomach
You're going to
contents.
have to speak up a little louder. Is that an argumentative objection?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Cochran, we're right about there.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you. With regard to these stomach contents, they would have been very helpful in this case, this jury in determining time of death. Isn't that correct?
We've talked
Well-
about this 4 times.
Well, I was going to ask a slightly different question, Your Honor, but I'll reserve it till tomorrow morning.
All right.
Perhaps I'll talk to you about it tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay? Good morning.
All right, counsel, if you recall, we have Mr. Hodgman is on his way, I assume, for our 4 o'clock conference on our other evidentiary issues, correct? Ms. Clark? All right. And Mr. Scheck, there's Mr. Scheck. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for this afternoon. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. And ladies and gentlemen, I have some other proceedings I have to attend to tomorrow morning, so we will not get to you tomorrow morning until about 10 o'clock. All right? All right, as to the jury, I want the jury back in the courthouse at 10. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow morning. And Detective Lang, you can step down. You're ordered to return tomorrow, 10 o'clock. And Mrs. Robertson, would you get that tape for me, please?
Quiet, please.
All right, Mr. Hodgman, Mr. Scheck, what's our status this afternoon? Is this something we need to put on the record? Do you want to talk informally first?
No, Your Honor. No, there was some information that the court had received that I, for one, was interested in looking at, and then we had another matter of discussion that could potentially involve the court, but need not go on the record at this time. And we were just in the midst of discussing that.
All right, so I can take a break for 10 minutes and you guys can talk amongst yourselves?
If Ms. Clark is, okay, the only other thing I thought was outstanding was the packages. That's the only thing.
Have you resolved that with Mr. Hodgman?
I mean, I don't know if he was involved.
No, I was just surprised at that situation, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think we're done for the day as far as the record goes. We need to talk, I need to talk to Mr. Scheck to see if, regarding a proposition to work something out. We can easily present that to the court tomorrow morning. So
We have a rather full plate tomorrow morning.
if not tomorrow morning, I think if we take the time right now,
Okay.
we can take a minute of the court's time. So,
Well, I have plenty to do, so.
okay.
All right, then we'll stand in recess. I'll be available in chambers. All right.